management and recovery strategy for PPPs in the post-COVID era. We're very lucky today to be joined by three distinguished panelists who bring PPP insights from several jurisdictions, including Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. We have Helga van Peer, partner Alan Novery, Adrian Dwyer, IPA, Infrastructure Partnerships Australia, and Manuel Teves Vieira, Deputy Director, UTAP. Now, I might ask Helga, could you please, and each of the panelists, just to shortly introduce themselves, and perhaps give a quick 5 minutes on their experience during COVID-19.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for having me. As you said, I'm a lawyer. I've been doing PPP and public sector work for, I think, over 20 years across the world, but mostly in Europe, and with a focus on PPPs. I always add, when my kids ask me what I do, is I'm more a translator than a lawyer. So I work for the public sector and the private sector. And with private sector, I mean both the financial institutions, but also construction companies, etc. So why a translator? I think most of what I do is making sure that the objectives that both sides meet, and that you get to a sustainable contract. Yesterday, somebody referred to PPPs as marriage, and 30 years is a long time to predict the future and to decide what you will be doing in a marriage, let alone in a big contract covering essential services. So I think what I've been seeing and what is interesting is that there's a lot of focus at the moment on issues that arise due to the COVID-19 crisis in the negotiation phase. So a lot of people are questioning the risk allocation as it stands. In ongoing contracts, we see that very different jurisdictions very similar jurisdictions take very different approaches. Some people are relying on force majeure, other people are relying on change of law to sort of try to work out who should be taking the risk of the fallout of the COVID-19 crisis. And I think an interesting element in that as well is a discussion as to how much is caused by the pandemic and how much is caused by the different approaches government are taking in different countries as to what should be done. I think another thing is that we've heard a lot about standardization, and if anything, I can only agree, and we worked on some matrices for GI Hub, and we did some work for the World Bank on standardization, so I am absolutely in favor of standardization. But at times like these, I think it's even more important, both during negotiations and during the contract phase, for parties to sit together and to honor the third P in PPP, so the partnership PPP, and to sit down and to work out a solution that works for that specific project, because a hospital PPP is not the same as a road PPP, obviously. So I think I'll leave it at that. Very excited about the debate we're going to have. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Helga. Manuel, given you're based in Europe as well, would you like to introduce yourself and briefly your experience during the COVID-19 period?
Sure, thank you so much. So thanks for inviting me to be here and to participate in this panel. So my name is Manuel Vieira. I am the Deputy Director of the Portuguese PPP unit. So the Portuguese PPP unit was created around 2012. It has a portfolio that covers all transport sectors, road, airports, ports. It has hospitals and other clinical services. It has light rail operations. It also has some security PPP, so it has a broad portfolio. And so we do not only have a signed and in execution portfolio, we are also at this stage dealing with 2 tenders for hospital PPPs, one PFI for the design and construction of a new hospital facility, and another one which is for the rendering of clinical services in a hospital, because we have that different type of PPP that is aimed at the rendering of services, not the construction of and the maintenance of the hospital. And we also are currently structuring 2 new projects. So I think that my participation it's of course Portugal has a a scale that is not of the dimension of other big countries, but at least I think we have a broad experience that maybe I can share with you today in terms of what we think is important in terms of crisis management, and looking forward what will happen in the future, and now we will deal with the post-COVID era. Probably, I think at least, and what I think is important to share at this stage, and I think that is what I can share with more detail, is how we are dealing with the crisis more than what will follow. I think it's and of course I can look into the future and give my view on the trends, on what will happen, but it's I think it's maybe, and I am also looking forward to receiving other inputs from the panelists and from the participants of what they think of the future. But for me, at least, it's still very early to think what will happen with an amount of assurance that is at least predictable and that we can count on. So this is pretty much what I think it's useful to say in this introduction remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manuel. And Adrian, not to leave you last till least, but I know you have very strong views on the future and on the era, if you like, post-COVID-19. And Australia is in a very unique position as it relates to COVID-19, being an island country, and New Zealand. If you could perhaps just initially give a few thoughts on, your strong views, but also, I mean, how you see the world and the experience in Australia and New Zealand. I promise not to interrupt you.
I would say my views are modest, well thought out, well considered, and well delivered rather than strong. But I'll take strong as well. So yeah, I think the context is important in Australia, as you said, Daniel. I'm sure colleagues on the call will be familiar that Australia has had a relatively modest impact from COVID-19 from a health perspective, and even to some extent from an economic perspective as well. Our second largest city, Melbourne's recently come out of a fairly hard lockdown off the back of what in a European context would be considered a rounding error in the numbers of infections, but a very strong lockdown. And now we're in a situation where we're in single digits of COVID cases, new COVID cases each day across the country, in a fairly sophisticated system for suppressing the virus, in large part due to, as you mentioned, being an island and some other features. So I think that context is important. What's the impact been on the infrastructure sector? I'll come to it in a minute. I might just, as you said, Daniel, just explain who Infrastructure Partnerships Australia are, because we're a model that's not familiar to lots of countries around the world. We're a body made up of public and private sector members, about 40% public sector members, 60% private sector members. The composition of our public sector members is finance and treasury agencies, delivery departments, government-owned business enterprises in the public sector, and then the private sector is the sort of full life cycle of infrastructure, from front-end debt and equity to constructors, owners, operators of infrastructure, and some of the allied services that sit around them, such as lawyers, design consultants, etc. We exist as a think tank and member network, so my team produces a lot of research and policy work on particularly things around getting a better use of private capital in infrastructure, better efficiency for taxpayers in the delivery and operation of infrastructure, as well as setting up the right governance structures to make sure that we select the right project to deliver before there's even a choice about how they might be delivered. I noted that Darren Grimsey's on the call from down in Melbourne. He knows just as much about IPA as I do. So if I ever get any of this wrong, I'm sure Darren will chime in and correct me on it. The one thing that is true of us, we're an organisation that's bigger than just being interested in PPPs from a policy perspective, but it is at the core of what we do. It is one of the core reasons we were started as an organisation to promote the role of private capital in infrastructure, be that through a PPP or through private ownership within a regulated market, or any other number of models for using the discipline of private capital for the delivery infrastructure. So just impact of COVID-19. Good things, we've kept the construction sector operating throughout the entirety of the pandemic, largely at full productivity, although a small dip around the March through May period. Even in Melbourne's lockdown, construction was considered to be an essential service. That's been important because it meant most of the projects that have been underway have been able to continue, except for some interruptions around supply chain and other areas. So that's been a positive. It's meant that those that are in that delivery phase have continued. We have had one process for a PPP down in Victoria. The PPP component has been cancelled, and government has re-engineered that into an alliance type model, to some significant disappointment from myself and colleagues that were interested in that process. Unfortunately, it was one where the process had been going for 2 years. There was some degree of disagreement in government about whether it should persist as a PPP anyway, but government chose to take a stand on this particular one, despite there having been all of the effort put into the bid process. That was a suburban roads upgrade package down in Melbourne. There are some other processes underway of beginning new PPPs, but the impact aside from that has been fairly muted on the existing projects, in large part because of the types of assets that we tend to use PPPs for in Australia. The overwhelming majority of projects or assets that are on existing operating PPP contracts are either toll roads owned by one dominant operator, or they're availability-based PPPs in the social infrastructure sector. Which means that they're not revenue exposed from the other end of the availability payment is government. There are some discussions around particular demand profiles and the like that are associated with those contractual arrangements, but they're not something for which there is a major breakdown in revenue streams, for instance, that has caused there to be potential SPVs having liquidity issues, etc. So that's meant that we're in a fairly stable environment from an operating PPP perspective.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. That's been a good introduction. What I plan to do now is, I can see we're getting questions already from the audience, but I'd just like to tell the audience that we'll take questions, but we'll take them towards the end of the presentations, and I'll moderate those questions, and we'll try and answer as many questions as we can. And we've already received some good questions. But for the purposes of this discussion, the way we wanted to sort of talk about the elements is, one, as Adrian's already mentioned, a number of sort of phases of the project, but we wanted to talk about initially the early planning phases and the impact of COVID-19 on those discussions, negotiations and tenders, and then subsequently the delivery phase and the operations phase, and get an understanding of various experiences in the jurisdictions based on COVID-19, and perhaps also beyond COVID-19, whether COVID-19 is in fact being used as an excuse to change parameters. So, I mean, to ask the very obvious question, are PPPs in a development phase still viable and bankable, given the change in economic circumstances? And I'm keen to get an understanding of each panel member based on their jurisdiction, what the experience has been. And, we're talking about, the early phases. So perhaps, Adrian, I'll start with you, given you've got the easy jurisdiction. Have you seen sort of, with exception of the project you just mentioned, great concern from the private sector in terms of the risk allocation and how they view PPPs, the early contractual arrangements?
So it does vary by our sub-sovereign jurisdictions. So there are different appetites, and even within jurisdictions, depending on the particular type of infrastructure and the agencies and philosophical views involved, there are variations. But in the broad, there's still appetite for PPPs. Indeed, we've had a couple of projects in New South Wales where Sydneyers have been confirmed as PPPs in just the last few days, and even talks of extending the model to other areas of projects that hadn't initially been considered for PPPs. Social infrastructure space in Victoria, there's a continuing pipeline of the partnership model being deployed. lots of discussion about what's the appropriate risk allocation, but that's not unique to PPPs. It's really about the appropriate risk allocation within fixed price contracts, D&C contracts, whether they sit below an SPV or just a straight D&C contract, traditional model with the government. So I don't think that's unique to PPPs. It's a broader discussion about appropriate risk allocation, particularly as it relates to construction risk. I think that where we have seen a lot of fevered discussion is around, can you use PPPs, private capital project finance, in a stimulus environment? And that's a very contested area. Traditionally, Australia has used PPPs for high risk, high value projects, or projects for which there's a long tail of operating expense within a project, so a school or hospital, etc., where there's a large operating component and you want to balance the dynamics of upfront capital and whole of life costs. As a result, there is a strong perception that PPPs take a long time. The process takes a long time. And if you're looking to do stimulus, get money into the economy quickly, get boots on the ground, and people doing things and paying wages, taking 18 months to go through a process is considered fairly incongruous with that outcome. So the debate has been around, actually, should we abandon the idea of using private finance in favour of expediency? Of course, on the sort of pro-PPP, private capital side of that, there's plenty of people who are saying, well, actually, you can do it quickly. It's just you've asked us to do it slowly in the past. And so there's a real tension emerging around, can we develop a rapid PPP model? Can we develop a model of a PPP that has both fixed price and variable price components within the same contract, so you can get the benefits of private finance, but still be able to deal with the risk allocation on things that are unknown and unknowable risks? So there's a lot of debate around the nuances within the model, but there's certainly no suggestion I'm hearing about a wholesale move to different procurement models.
How about sort of market patronage risk given COVID-19 and how COVID-19 has affected, some assets, particularly transport assets, as it relates to patronage? Do you see sort of any movements on the allocation of patronage risk to the private sector?
Yeah, so I think it's a lucky quirk is that where we've tended to transfer patronage risk in the Australian context has been around toll roads, which have been through PPPs have been relatively robust compared to particularly airports and public transport. So it's not a discussion that's come up a huge amount. And actually over the last few years, where we've transferred patronage risk on toll roads, it's tend to be around concession extensions, which are have been a bit more robust because they're out into the future. Public transport, where we have private sector adoption of patronage risk, it's under a franchise model. There's been negotiations with governments to underwrite support for networks there. So it's not a major issue in the Australian context. Our airports are privately owned in a regulated model. They're hurting right now, but that's a case of them looking to, if they need to recapitalise, make changes to their capital structure, whether there's changes of ownership in the future for those. So it doesn't come up as a big issue in the Australian context for PPPs in my experience. I don't know, Daniel, if you've got other reflections on that.
Thank you, Adrian. I was going to now sort of transfer to Manuel. Manuel, given you represent government in Portugal, the PPP unit, it'd be good to sort of have your perspective on the issues and how you've had to deal with the early planning issues as it relates to the COVID-19 era that we're in at the moment, and how you see governments viewing the risk profile going forward.
Okay, so what I think it's relevant to share with you, and this is looking into responding to your question, but also giving some insight on where we stand, because that is also important to address the question. We are facing a crisis. It's not possible to avoid the problem, and of course, what we feel is that it's up for the governments or the public sector, but mainly the governments, to deal with the crisis. to see what's happening, what are the impacts of the pandemic in the PPP contracts, what are the impacts of the legislative and administrative measures that are being taken to combat the COVID in the contracts, the signed contracts, of course, but also in the contracts that are in a structuring or tendering stage. Because the government, and I think that is, I think it's more than legit. They will have to deal with those impacts and coordinate it with our other impacts in the economy, and they will have to make some choices, and because to deal and to understand if they are willing to keep up according to a golf rule, which is play it as it lies, or if they seem that they deem relevant at this stage to intervene and to even to issue a regulation on PPP contracts, or in certain, or in general, or in certain specific sectors. And so this is, I think we are still seeing that there is a lot of focus on crisis management, not on what will happen next. And at least in Portugal, what happened was that the state decided that he wanted to intervene, and he issued some regulations that are not very favorable to the PPP context. So it's mainly looking forward that it will struggle in terms of the affordability of many of the contracts. He issued a regulation that limits the right of the private partners to seek compensation in some cases, and that apply to this pandemic and to the measures that are being taken to deal with the pandemics. So the scenario for the PPP schemes is not the best. I think this may have hindered some of the confidence of the market in our PPP credibility in terms of developing new projects. But still, we are not seeing any problems in the private sector, at least at this moment. But I think it's important to share that we are still dealing with a crisis. We are, of course, the government is looking into all the reservation of rights, compensation requests, relief events that have been notified, and trying to deal with them all. But to deal with them all with some coordination, and trying to have a standardized response, so that maybe so that there is some politics involved in terms of managing the crisis. That's probably the conclusion which I want to share. It's something that it's not. We think that it's not up for the public contractors, or such as state-owned companies that are the award authorities or public contractors, but the way to address the crisis is being handled on a higher stage, and some directives have been issued by the government for the public contractors to deal with what is going on, and that is important to say, so that you understand what I will say next. Maybe in terms of and now going into your question, I think that it's not a one-size-fits-all answer. I'm very positive that many of the projects that we have that are being currently structured and tendered are still viable and bankable. And I'm also very positive that all of the projects that we have signed will continue and will not have and may lead to contract performance with rebalance, without rebalance, we will see. But I'm very positive that things will go okay. Still, I think there are looking into the future, and that is some of the doubts we have at this moment. We are still very insecure what will happen. We know that we know some things will not change, but we know that other things will change, and that they may affect our current projects. To give you an example, it's very clear to us, for example, that at least there will be some permanent changes that will be brought in by this COVID experience. For example, I think after 1 year, probably or more, of teleworking, and a lot of gains being perceived by the companies, I think that maybe we will not revert fully to what we had before, to face-to-face types of operations, and that may have a relevant impact in terms of commuting transports and TMTs, and that is something that I think will have an impact on the structuring, not only on choosing the right projects, but also in the development and the appraisal, structuring, and tendering of many of our projects, which, as I said before, at least in our PPP unit, we cover all sectors. So only the energy sector is the one sector that we are not dealing with, but at least all of the other sectors we pretty much cover them. So permanent changes versus temporary changes, what will happen? That will have an impact on the viability and bankability of some of the projects, at least as they stand right now. And also there's a lot of uncertainty on how things will evolve. So when we will have a clear picture of many of the financial assumptions and other types of assumptions that are on the basis of putting up these types of projects. Just for you to have an example, a very practical example. So in 2020, we were initiating the year with a very good economic performance. We were pretty much, in terms of motorway traffic, we were at around 100% of the forecast for the first trimester. So traffic was very solid and was growing more than expected in our motorways, which is a very good sign for the economy. But then the pandemic came in, and the motorway traffic, on account of the lockdown rules, on account of course immediate changes in terms of the economic environment, it went down for more or less 40% of what was the forecast for the second trimester. And then so the first wave was pretty much in control, and traffic forecast for the end of year was at around 80%. So we would terminate the year at around 80%. So we would not be ending year with traffic recovery, but at least we would be close to that. But then second wave hit, so everything went down again, and we are not sure when it will end. If this second wave will be followed by a third wave. So many of these assumptions are still very unclear, and as regards the projects that we currently are structuring, which are at hospitals, mainly hospitals, infrastructures, and clinical services. This uncertainty in regards to the financial assumptions is not as relevant, but in the structuring of other projects that we are probably having to deal with in the near future, that will be very relevant for the structuring. Still, I think that many of them are viable. Specifically, if we're talking about availability payment PPPs, I think that the appetite will still be there, and it will be there for equity, and it will be there for the banks or other financial institutions, as long as the risk matrix is not a change. And I think that this is also one other thing that I think it's relevant to share, is that I think we all pretty much understand that there's a certain amount of risk that the private partner can take and is willing to take, and there's a price for transferring such risk, and that at this moment we are more or less stabilized around what is possible, what is viable, what is bankable, and I don't think that there will be. I don't think that the public sector will try to put more risk on the private partner after the COVID crisis. So at least for what I see, I think that we are not facing a paradigm change. We are facing a crisis, and that probably there will be some permanent changes and some changes looking forward, but many of the projects will be still viable and bankable and structured more or less as they have been structured in the past. So I am positive of what will come next.
Thank you, Manuel. I do want to come back to the question of particularly distinguishing availability and economic or patronage-linked PPPs, but also the potential changing use or the way those assets are used, and perhaps using toll roads as an example. But before we go there, I was keen to get Helga's view. She's been patiently waiting, and she has the benefit of both sides of the coin. So Helga, can I have your views, please?
Of course, thanks. So much has been said already by Manuel and Adrian, but I'll give you my 5 cents and both sides of the coin as you requested. I think the short answer is yes. There's definitely still a market, and we see a lot of planning still going on. As we've spent some time on this question already, Daniel, I'll just give you a few pointers, and you can tell me how long or how much detail you want on them. I think what we see is that, yes, governments are still pushing ahead with projects. You touched on the availability versus demand, and even before you said that, I wanted to touch on that, because I think what you see is that the impact, and we see this throughout our A&O network and across our offices, I think the availability-based model was already sort of gaining more traction potentially than demand-based projects for all sorts of reasons. But as in many other areas, I think COVID-19 has been an accelerator in that area. So, you know, when in doubt, it's now availability-based. And there's several risks, of course, that especially in transport projects that are quite difficult to factor in at the moment. And so, yes, definitely viable still. Yes, definitely many projects in the planning phase still with some modifications, but mostly no effect for availability-based, whereas for demand risk, it's an entirely different game. And a word that was not used yet, I think, but is insurance. And when you ask about bankability and when we speak about risk allocation, I think that's one big thing, because let's not forget, when we say the private side will take risk, I mean, companies and especially SPVs have a very limited appetite for risk. And as I often say to governments, it's not because they're sort of wary, it's just because that's the business model, right? I mean, especially in these larger projects, you're just dead if you don't have appropriate insurance for some of these bigger risks. No companies, no matter how robust, no matter how strict your selection phase, will be able to bear those risks. So a big question mark is the insurance sector. We already saw that, for example, in hydro, even before the crisis, it's quite difficult, and we saw a shift. And I think that will be a big question mark, how insurance will deal with the current crisis and how they will price. You know, first of all, will insurance be available for certain type of risks? And secondly, if it is, Will it be affordable? So that's a big question mark. I think another element, and Manuel touched on this, is reliability. So what we see from the private side is, yes, wonderful that there are still projects, but will they want to bid for it? And that will depend probably on two things. What we see is that the monitoring of how governments react to the crisis is actually at the core of what many companies use to decide whether they will bid yes or no. So erratic responses, retroactive legislation, changing compensation mechanisms, that doesn't help. And companies are quite worried and sort of look really at a country by country basis at what governments are doing and how robust and reliable their investments will be, because let's not forget there's a lot of upfront investment by the private sector in PPPs. So it's very uncomfortable, not to say scary, if governments take unilateral actions that don't seem to be in line with, first of all, the case law in some countries, but also the legislation. And you could say, and I've seen a few of those cases now, is, I mean, in some instances, some of the measures taken, you could actually label them expropriation. And that is a scary word in most jurisdictions. And that is a word that we haven't seen used in certain mature legal environments, but we are seeing it used more and more again. And so private investors are very worried about that, especially because what you see is that there's a big political element to that. And what you see is that, and we all saw that there's a lot of bailout, for example, going on with regard to airlines and airports, etc. Very often these decisions are also driven by employment, right? So what's the impact on employment if a certain company or if a certain sector goes bust? And what we hear from many PPP players is that, of course, the direct employment in SPVs is often very limited. So there's a concern that they might be at the end of the list when it comes to helping out individual sector or projects. And I think that's a very important element for governments to think about, because it's all easy to say, on this specific occasion for this specific crisis, we're going to take a retroactive measure, or we're going to limit the right to compensation, or we're not going to honor or interpret very strictly what we've said on force majeure. That might help for that one project, but it has an awful effect on your pipeline and on the appetite to bid. Another point there, and I think Adrian, you went there as well. I think another thing is that we all know that a tender process takes time and is costly, and margins in the construction business are very, very small. So every month extra in a tender process costs a lot of money. And so what we see as well is that even when the government is pushing ahead, and actually very positively, a lot of projects are sort of being accelerated because it's felt this is important to support the economy, etc. But whether bidders will bid for your project depends on how you structured it, how clear you are, when you will have a decision, how many people you've kept on board, and how much information you ask for, how much work are you asking from those bidders. It's very expensive to bid for these projects. And there again, your track record as a government will be important, how reliable and how consistent are authorities with their legislation and with the sort of emergency decisions they're taking at the moment. Another thing that I think is coming is we've talked a lot about risk allocation, and crucial, I agree, but even when you're right in a contract, and I'd say that as a lawyer, even when you're right, that's not the most important question for an SPV. The question is also, when do you get your money? So if you're going to have under your PPP project contract, if you're going to have a protracted negotiation, or if it's going to be unclear whether an expert can take a decision, if it's going to take a 4-year court case or even longer in some countries, then you're bankrupt anyway, right? So I think there will be an increased focus, and this is positive, and there will be more attention as to how the mechanisms work, and if you're right in your risk allocation, if this is not your risk, how quickly will you be compensated for? I thought those were sort of some of the points I wanted to raise. I don't know, Daniel, whether that's sufficient. Shall we move to the next question, or do you want to elaborate on one of the points I've made?
That's a lot of points, to be honest, Helga. I knew that you would raise more points than less. I did want to perhaps elaborate on a few just by way of example, and just to contribute to the discussion. So you mentioned insurance. I'm not an insurance expert, but the way insurance works in many countries, including Australia, is it's a risk that's either passed to the private sector, so the private sector insures the specific risk, or the risk is retained by government, where that risk is in fact uninsurable. And there are many instances where risks are uninsurable even before COVID-19. And then there are risks where potentially the insurance or the insurable risk is shared between the parties. So, for example, it could be insured, flooding perhaps can be insured up to a certain point, but then beyond that point, that quantum is no longer insurable, and that risk, if you like, reverts back to the public sector. So I think this concept of insurance, it's not binary. It's in fact, insurance companies, as you know, take a portfolio approach, but government in many instances self-insures as well, because there's value for money in government doing so. So I think we also need to be very careful when we talk about insurance, because a lot of parties view them as very binary outcomes, and they're not. But to use insurance as an example, even the way insurance proceeds are paid through, there's often delays because there's a number of steps that need to be taken in terms of recovering. And I think this is where governments, and you mentioned the third P in public-private partnerships, this is where also governments need to act in good faith, and the private sector. So, I mean, I've seen instances where, in fact, government has continued to pay the service payment, notwithstanding property damage, until those insurance proceeds have come through, because SPVs in particular are thinly capitalised. They don't have a lot of spare cash, if you like. Margins are very thin. And it's very, very important that both parties have a very strong understanding of contractual arrangements, the mechanism, but also contracts don't cover everything. And it's very important that both parties have what's best for a project on the top of their mind, particularly during periods of crisis. That's kind of my two words. Adrian, Manuel, do you have anything to add before we move on?
I just wanted to reinforce a point that Helga made around the approach to support that's being taken by governments. I have heard an argument within some governments in Australia, this doesn't specifically relate to PPPs, but could be applied to them, is take, for instance, an airport. Well, the airport will be there in 10 years' time, and it might have different owners, it might need to be recapitalised, but we're better off putting our support against the things that move, the aeroplanes or the coffee shop or whatever it might be, the things where if they go bust, they won't re-emerge, as opposed to an airport which can be recapitalised. This is the way the argument goes. I'm not saying I support it. I just say, I think Helga made the point that may look like a good idea on a project by project or asset by asset basis, but the impact of that, if that's the approach governments take, is appalling in the aggregate, because what you get, of course, is capital is a coward. It will go to where it's treated best, and when we come to recapitalise those things, they will cost more money, and in actual fact maybe a more balanced approach to support might have been sensible. I'm not calling this out as a particular example, they're not PPPs, but if you look at the support for the aviation sector in Australia, it is overwhelmingly for the airlines, with next to no support beyond the general economic support for the airports. And that is born, in my view, out of a perception that, well, they might go bust or they might need to recapitalise, but the airports will still exist with new owners in a few years' time. That's probably not a good outcome in a strategic.
Manuel, did you want to add anything to the discussion?
No, I completely agree. I completely agree with what Helga said about this issue, and also about the view that Adrian shared. I have also our personal experience, and it was a bit too harsh in my personal view, because the Portuguese state, as I said before, it did issue the regulation that limits the right of the private partners to, in long-term contracts. It's not only in PPPs, it's in other contracts, to seek compensation for losses incurred as a result of events of the pandemic and other legislative and administrative measures. And the word that Helga mentioned, expropriation, although it is a very hard word, it is a word that unfortunately may sum up some of these measures that the Portuguese state has issued. Because, for you to have an example, during the emergency period, and we had an emergency period that lasted from 3 of March to the 2nd of May, there was a complete, basically the law set out that all contract dispositions and legal dispositions that set out the rights of the private partners in long-term contracts, such as PPPs, to seek any type of compensation or rebalance for utilization or demand losses was suspended. So they cannot ask for, they have to take the burden of all the loss of revenue, and this is particularly harsh on PPPs or contracts that are not availability payments, that are our typical concession contracts where the private partners are receive the fees collected to the users. So this pretty much hinders the possibility for them to seek any type of compensation for those losses. So this is very, very hard. And of course, as Adrian stated out, this is a bad sign for the market. This is probably, there's some type of inequality of treatment between these contractors and other contractors in other sectors. And the transport, we also have the problem with the airport, the air transport operators. So these are, in Portugal at least, the measures were very hard, and this is a bad sign for the market. We are yet to see in practice if the interest in the tenders, if the interest in developing new projects will be real or not, but at least it's not a good sign. Maybe it's not the way to go.
Thank you, Manuel. I mean, I'd just like to reinforce that, I mean, I guess there's the knee-jerk sort of short-term reactions of government in terms of directing financial support, and then there's long-term consequences, perhaps unintended consequences of that short-termism. I mean, airports are a good example, and I'm going to speak, I'm not speaking on behalf of any investor, but given there isn't an investor in the room, I'm going to speak on behalf of an institutional investor. And when we think of the Australian airports, for example, they're owned by pension funds predominantly. Adrian, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, their view is airports traditionally have been very much linked to GDP, inflation growth, have had a very stable and growing patronage profile. They've been considered very mature investments for pension funds. And the pricing as a result of those airports and recent transactions pre-COVID-19 would confirm that, at least in Australia, have been very high. We're talking sub 10% discount rates, which, you know, for an airport with multiple income streams linked to patronage, one would consider, you know, very high pricing. I'd be keen to understand sort of the view of the panel. Do you believe that same institutional support for those type of assets will continue? Or do you think, given sort of the hurt, at least in the short term, that those institutional investors have endured, and many of the airports in Australia have had to go to market and raise additional capital, perhaps, from what I understand, haven't received government support? What's the view? I mean, is the long-term consequences of those assets are going to be much more, well, at least that private access to private capital is going to be a lot more expensive in the future? And that's perhaps an unintended consequence of current sort of government financial support.
I might tackle it first, just because you introduced the Australian components too. We actually have an interesting example in Australia. So we have Sydney Airport is a publicly listed organisation, so we can see what the impact is on the valuation of the business in real time when the markets are open. And Melbourne Airport, not dissimilar size, slightly smaller, but probably slightly faster growing over the last few years. Slightly different asset because it's got some logistics parks and other income streams that haven't been hit as much, but is owned predominantly by Australian superannuation pension funds. What's fascinating is, despite the fact that Sydney Airport's traffic is down 97% and revenue is down in a similar way, actually the share price has been relatively robust. And I think that is because you're seeing investors, be they institutional, retail, whatever, that are buying shares, are looking at this and saying, well, this is a 100-year asset, and while this pandemic is painful and there will be value lost over the short term, the reality is air travel will return. There is a demand for air travel. It's pent up. We're an island nation with a huge amount of Australians who, as my testament, my accent reflects, I'm originally from the UK. I'm still going to fly to the UK. As soon as borders are open from Australia, I will take my kids back to see my family in the UK. a lot of Australians in a similar circumstance. So the underlying demand is there, and I think that's been reflected in the share price of Sydney Airport, and therefore reflected in the share price or the valuations that the superannuation funds have put down, and the sort of paper write-downs that they might have put down on the assets within their portfolio. It's also worth saying that the Australian superannuation funds that own these airports are very big organisations. They own lots of assets. The airports, whilst look big, are only a relatively minor component in their infrastructure allocation, let alone their broader investments, and they have overs and unders. They have investments in things like renewables that now look like a defensive asset given what's happened in COVID. So I'm not so sure it's a sort of an existential crisis for ownership of airports. I certainly don't see people talking about government stepping in and renationalising Australia's airports.
Welcome, Manuel. Do you have anything else to add before we move on?
Our experience is more or less the one that Adrian just described, because also in Portugal, we were rescued by the IMF and the European Union in 2008, starting in 2008. And at that moment, all our main commercial airports were awarded to a big European company, a big infrastructure company, which has all of our airports in a concession, a demand-based concession. So there is no payments by the public partner, by the Portuguese government. So it's all based on the revenue that they collect from the airport's use. And of course, this has an impact in the magnitude that Adrian described. So no traffic. This is going. So the airport's closed. So there was no operation for many months, or at least relevant operation. But at least the magnitude of this private partner is so big that mainly all of the investments that they have made in the airports is done with equity. They have pretty much no bank coverage, no debt to pursue their investments, and there will be at least we have already seen the triggers that would enhance the obligation to construct a new airport in the Lisbon area. But we were probably that new investment plan was also being done with equity. And as Adrian stated, although the loss is very big at this moment, we are looking into a project that has a time frame of 60 years, and we are still on the first 10 years of the project. So that there will be another 50 years for the project to recover. And because at least as we see it, the margin is so big at this moment for them that we see that, of course, they will have to deal with the short-term losses, and that will have an impact on equity and the capacity and the liquidity to engage in other projects with the cash out coming in from the project. But I think that they will have to stand, and they will stand, and they will have to do another airport and probably pay for it. But I think that air traffic is not a permanent change. I think that we will go back, probably not to the typical operation, but we will go back to having the levels of traffic that we saw in the last years. So we have to see it in the big picture, and I think this type of projects, very long-term projects, will have to deal with the crisis and think that maybe in the future they can regain what was lost during this period. And that's my view on this.
I'd just like to say that airports that we've just spoken about are not PPPs. In Australia, airports typically are 99-year concessions, so very, very long-term assets. Now, in a typical PPP, the concession term is normally 30 years or shorter. So, I mean, I would just suggest that perhaps where there's this impact to a PPP, that impact is felt more strongly, just given the shorter concession term. There isn't the opportunity to recoup those losses. In an airport, airports are also valued slightly differently, given the long-term concession nature of those airports. There's a property or terminal value component, but I think we're getting into too much detail for the purposes of this discussion. Where I'd like to take this discussion next is one, we spoke sort of about assets and potentially the change of use of those assets. And I'm sorry to take advantage of Adrian, but I know IPA has done a lot of work in this area. And what I'm specifically referring to is the traffic monitor. And I want Adrian to talk to this. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But what I have seen, particularly in Transport New South Wales, do is when we look at sort of asset utilisation, in transport in particular, a lot of assets need to cope with peaks, the peak usage of those assets, public transport assets. And interestingly enough, based on some of the research that I've done, Transport New South Wales is now looking at changing those peaks, and they're doing this during COVID-19, in part to increase capacity, because during COVID-19, social distancing and additional considerations are required. But potentially, these peaks may continue into the post-COVID-19 period. What I mean is the flattening of those peaks, where people perhaps are telecommuting, they're not working from the office as often, and those peaks are being flattened, and that has tremendous impact for future transport planning in particular and future transport usage. Adrian and everybody else, if you have comments, but Adrian, can you go first, please?
Yeah, happy to. So this is a fascinating area of discussion because it gets into questions of pricing, it gets into questions of building for a peak and it's not just transport, incidentally. We build our energy networks where up to 40% of the cost of delivery of the energy network is to deal with a few hours in the summer when we've all got our air conditioning on in Southeast Australia because it's 42 degrees. And a bunch of the cost of building out the network is to cater for that very small period of time. The same is true of transport networks, particularly the rail system, which is quite peaky or has up to COVID-19 been quite peaky in Sydney and Melbourne, particularly the morning peak, where Australians all like to arrive at work at the same time and be carrying a cup of coffee when they get there. So we've seen those peaks come off. Actually, interestingly, total traffic volumes on the toll road network isn't that different from pre-crisis in the cities in Australia that haven't experienced a second wave. So we're seeing traffic largely up to where it was before. Melbourne's slightly different. I happened to be in Adelaide last week that hasn't had any COVID cases in the community for over 6 months. And you wouldn't know that COVID-19 had happened, except for on the public transport system, where they're still fairly dramatically down. There is a perception that seems to emerge where people feel safe in their private car. They feel safe in an Uber, but they don't feel safe on public transport sat next to 15 or 20 other people in a carriage that previously had 100 people in it, which is an interesting social outcome. And the traffic monitor that Daniel mentioned, we've lucky enough to be able to access Uber data and can see pre and post crisis on major roads, and you're seeing changes in when the peaks are, and certainly the very top taken off the peaks on roads and public transport. A lot of people I talk to in state governments that run our transport systems in Australia, their immediate reflection on this is that it's an opportunity to do some things. It's an opportunity, has been in New South Wales, to introduce some pricing changes, so early discounts outside of peak hours to try and encourage people to move when they would travel so that you can flatten out those peaks. An opportunity to do some upgrade works on bits of infrastructure that were less busy than they once were, but that we know will return, or we hope will return, to broader patronage over time. And I think the other one is that in a couple of areas, particularly in Sydney, that's experienced very rapid growth over the last 10 years, it's actually been a pressure release valve on lines that rail lines that were over capacity, routinely running at 140, 150% of capacity during peak hours. There's a perception from government that this has bought them time to deliver the upgrades, the longer term strategic upgrades, new lines, new additions to networks, that maybe they would have reached beyond crush capacity in the next few years. Now the infrastructure that was already in train, but probably lagging, will catch up to demand in a way that meets that the growing demand that hits post-crisis. But I say this in a context of a country that hasn't really had the severe impacts of COVID. I'm in Sydney's central business district today. It's very busy. There's no sense of a severely shut down economy here at the moment. So I don't know that we're getting the same sense of a long-term structural impact to demand as perhaps in the countries that some of the other colleagues are spending time in.
Manuel, do you have a view on sort of, the changing use of transport assets and assets in particular during COVID and post-COVID-19?
Not really. I think that's there was a significant reduction in motorway traffic, in airport traffic completely. Our public services in terms of passenger transport has pretty much adjusted to the measurements that the Portuguese government issued to combat the pandemic. But many of those projects are availability payment PPPs, and will not have a big impact in terms of the contract performance. So I don't know, at least for us, there's a mild impact. We don't see that there will be big changes in the future coming out of COVID. There's an uncertainty of some of the permanent changes that it will bring, but at least in terms of the projects that are ongoing and the projects that are being thought out to be developed in the future, there's not a big change. So there's not a lot of changes that have been made in terms of project selection and looking into the future. So I don't think I can add more than Adrian has already brought to the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, my comments, again, I'm going to sort of speak for the institutional investors. I would say institutional investors are very comfortable in taking patronage risk where that patronage is well known. There's a history of that patronage risk. And you could argue that, pre-COVID-19, that patronage risk was very well known. Post-COVID-19, it's very likely we're going to go back to that similar profile. But I know, and Australian toll roads, sorry to mention Australian toll roads again, a very good example where there are very few investors who are very keen on taking the ramp up risk. And what I mean by that is, where that patronage is not well known and uncertain, that forecasting those initial 2-3 years of usage. And my, I guess, concern is post-COVID-19. Are we really going to go back? Is that ramp up going to be the same as it was before? Are we going to go back to exactly the same patronage? Now, I know Adrian mentioned that the total volumes for toll roads for a certain operator in Australia is very consistent, but in terms of the spacing of that volume, it perhaps is very different, and that might go to pricing. So what we mean by that is, the overall volume that
We appear to have lost our moderator.
Sorry.
You're back, Daniel.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure what happened there. My point there is there's potential risk in terms of, in American toll roads, tolls are based on peaks and low peaks, and the pricing model is very much driven by those peaks and low peaks. And the overall business case for a lot of those patronage-linked toll roads may change post-COVID-19. It's not so simple as just going back to the prior prior levels. Where there's a change in those peaks, and those peaks, if you like, are drawn out over a longer period of time, that may impact business cases and the revenue profiles of assets going forward. But also, I'm sitting sort of in my kitchen, I'm watching Adrian, perhaps in the office or perhaps at home, I suspect at home. Manuel and Helga, we were all working from home in this conference. I wonder, in the next 12 months, are we going to repeat this? I mean, how much, I suspect that our culture of working is going to change, and that will have some degree an impact on the way we use assets.
I'm in the office.
You're in the office.
and I think, we might not want to go back to where it was, because let's not forget that the whole air traffic industry, there's a lot of focus on the green element there as well. And so I think some of the changes again are being accelerated. Also speaking to, air traffic control entities and others, if you look at the debate currently going on with KLM in the Netherlands, if you look at Berlin-Tegel that has just opened, there's a new airport in Berlin, 10 years delay. But if you look at that, but also if you look at traffic numbers in Africa and the wider world, I don't think we'll go exactly back to the same, but with some changes to the model, I think it is still an interesting asset. And I don't hear investors say that they'll pull out. I don't think air traffic is going to, the model will change, but it's still going to be there. And cargo numbers are down, but obviously not to the same extent as passenger traffic has gone down. And it is still a fairly reliable, robust asset to invest in, because it's still here to stay, I think. And that's at least the input we get from the market, but it does require some changes to the model.
Yeah, I reinforce that. I think it's important not to overweight the impact of a current crisis.
Yes.
And without wishing to dwell too much on airlines and airports, we were all around in the working world on September the 12th, 2011, a day after planes hit the Twin Towers in New York. And the immediate proposition was no one would ever fly again. Why would you ever go on a plane again? And what happened was actually the emergence of the budget airline industry was accelerated by the changing dynamics in air travel. And actually within a very short period of time, air travel returned and surpassed that level. I'm not saying that they're similar or relatable crises, but there is always a tendency to overweight the impact of a current crisis. And the underlying demand to travel still exists, be that on a road, on a rail line, in an aeroplane, because as humans, we like to travel, we like to see each other. It will be different in the future. We might be in the office 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week. Maybe we'll travel at different times of the day. But particularly in a country like Australia, where we've got a very high growth rate in our population pre-COVID, and that will return post-COVID, we're really talking at the margins when you're talking about a population going from 27 million people today to close to 40 million people by the middle of the century. We might get to 40 million people 5 years sooner or 5 years later, but we'll still be taking roads and rail lines and buses and planes.
Yeah, great. And if I can add one last thing to that, Adrian, I think, this is not, I sympathize, this is not a great year for global citizens with families spread across the globe. But what I do think, again, is that when governments look at this and when private sector is looking at this, it's not a one size fits all, and Singapore has taken very different measures from Sweden. So the impact and the appetite for investing in airports will not just depend, and I just stress that, it will not depend on a specific PPP measure, on a specific compensation or precedent. What it will depend on is how reliable and rational governments have acted with regard to their wider economy and policy, because that is what impacts whether people want to travel.
I think we've done, I want to refocus the discussion back to PPPs. I know airports are very interesting, and I sort of want to summarise sort of where we're up to, and GR Hub previously has done sort of a lot of work in terms of analysing the key drivers for institutional investment. And, to summarise, it's nothing new to this panel, or I'm sure the audience, but it's really this political will is required in a PPP, and in fact in any infrastructure project. Long regulatory, stable regulatory environment. And, during COVID-19, I think the regulatory environment's certainly been tested by some jurisdictions more than others. And then the third sort of element, which I find quite fascinating, and I'm keen to get a view from each of the panelists, is, really transparent planning framework. We've talked about sort of using stimulus funds to fast track boots on the ground, but really infrastructure investments are long-term propositions. They're vast amounts of money. It's very important that those vast amount of money are well spent. They're not just, it's not a splurge. They're not just spent to create employment, but actually they're spent to create long-term economic stimulus, not just short-term. Creating jobs is a short-term economic stimulus, but really the key outcome of infrastructure is long-term economic growth. And I won't go through all the figures. I'm sure Adrian's already got them. But I think, you know, there's this balance between short-term and long-term, and infrastructure assets are long-term propositions. So what we found was, particularly institutional investors, they look to, one, transparent planning, but they also look to a robust pipeline of projects. And I was keen to get a view from each of the panel members on, you know, where you see the opportunities in your jurisdictions. And we've already talked a lot about availability versus patronage-linked assets, but, you know, across the sectors, where do you see, given this is a PPP conference, where do you see the opportunities? And I know I might start with IPA because I've got a very good pipeline tool that covers both Australia and New Zealand. And I know Adrian's prepped for this question, but also I'm keen for the panelists in a general sense to give their views.
Yeah, so if you want to view our pipeline, it's infrastructurepipeline.org, or ANZIP if you go ANZIP, so it's the pipeline on behalf of the Australian and New Zealand government for all greenfield and brownfield transactions in Australia over $300 million. It's a useful and free resource. I'll come to the figures in a minute, but I think it's important, Daniel, to reflect on that question around stimulus. And one of my fears is that there is a moral hazard that emerges because of the loosening of fiscal policy, where if governments have a view, in the Australian context, we tend to use PPPs as a commitment device, as a device to deliver infrastructure efficiently by binding all the parties to a particular outcome. We don't tend to use it for the balance sheet treatment so much as actually getting the most efficient delivery of a project. When you enter a world where you say, as in Australia, the federal government has put over $500 billion of support into the economy, we'll have $1 trillion of net debt, a substantial increase in proportional terms, although relatively low by global standards, but we'll move towards 30% of GDP, debt to GDP ratio. Once you do that and you release the fiscal purse strings, the incentive to save $1 billion here or there kind of diminishes because the numbers are so eye-wateringly large relative to what they were a few years ago. And I think that a problem emerges from that, because there will tend to be a view that, well, you know, let's just do it as something, let's prioritize expediency over efficiency. That's kind of excusable right now, but in 12, 18 months, 2 years, 5 years time, that's going to start to look pretty dumb when we've been overpaying for stuff. And we could have got more stuff for the same price. So I regularly caution against that here, that we're too loose with the fiscal levers. In Australia, PPPs, I think our immediate future will look a lot like our immediate past. I think we'll see a lot of use of PPPs in the social infrastructure space and for high value, high risk civil infrastructure project, particularly where there's an operating element. So we'll see rail lines, including rail systems, operations, rolling stock, etc. over 15 to 30 year concessions will probably be a feature of the Australian market, plus healthcare, schools, possibly even to the social housing space. We see over the last 6 years, $43.5 billion Australian in PPP transactions, $21 billion of those in New South Wales, largely dominated by public transport. And the forward pipeline looks not dissimilar to that, although probably skewed more towards social infrastructure than economic infrastructure.
Manuel, what does Portugal have in store for us in terms of pipeline?
So I will go at your question in two stakes. The first, in relation to, and I also think that this goes back to the point that we were discussing earlier. At this moment, in terms of our signed contracts, there is still we are still seeing a lot of change of hands of PPP projects, mainly in the road sector. Once they have reached cruise speed and the period of the construction guarantees has elapsed. So many of the first developers, the construction companies, have moved on. They have sold their equity to big infrastructure funds. So, and this has happened in our motorway portfolio is comprised of around 23 PPPs, and there is still in many of those cases there is still a lot of change going on at this moment. So this is we see that there is still a lot of market interest to enter into these motorways and pick up in this period of the concessions where they are stable and that they are a reliable investment. So this is still going on. So this is one part of your question. In terms of the pipeline, I would say, as Adrian, that we will not see many changes because we think that the profile of the infrastructures needed to cope with the development of our economy and of our population growth, it will be at least, and without, of course there will be changes, but it will be more or less the same. There will be, we will not be facing an expansion period. So pretty much what will happen is we will see contracts reaching their term, and the government having to make an ex post evaluation of those contracts and deciding if they want to keep them as PPPs or if they want to internalize the operations or go in a traditional procurement way. But I think that in many cases, at least we have one of those cases will be a light rail operation in the Lisbon area that will reach contract ends, I think, in 2024. And I think the state is currently starting to think what will happen. I think one thing that I think is relevant is in those projects reaching term, if there is a necessity for big initial investments being done. If so, probably the state will try to put them in the market again. So this is one of our sectors, that one of the type of projects that I think will continue in Portugal. In terms of sectors, I know that although we do not cope with the energy projects, there are a lot of energy projects going on. We have very big tenders in terms of solar farms. Solar farms we have them this year. They raised a lot of interest by the European market and also other investors. But in terms of infrastructures and PPP projects, I think that hospitals and social infrastructures will be the ones that will have priority in the next few years in Portugal.
Thank you, Manuel. I'm going to add a little bit of a contribution to say, it's interesting to hear from Adrian that there are different drivers for using PPPs in different jurisdictions. And I'm going to pass this question on in a second to Helga, but I would say that PPPs are not a model that's for all infrastructure projects. In many jurisdictions, I think in Australia, they represent 10 to 15% of all infrastructure delivery. So they're actually a very small component. And it's interesting to see people very fixated on the PPP infrastructure model, often ignoring the other models that are there. It's also interesting to hear that projects that were earmarked to be PPPs in jurisdictions move to more of an alliance framework. My general understanding of an alliance framework is the risk there is more shared than transferred. And in many mature jurisdictions, PPPs, the value proposition is risk transfer and value for money. In perhaps less mature jurisdictions, maybe the motivator for PPPs is funding from a certain MDB, transparency, a robust framework for delivery, and perhaps taking the delivery obligations away from local authorities. So there are different drivers in different jurisdictions for using the PPP model. And it's going to be interesting post-COVID-19 to see whether those drivers change or not. But I was keen to hear from Helga, given she has a very broad European view. She sits not far from many of the European institutions which fund PPPs. But to hear from Helga, I guess, your views on the comments I've just made, but also on West versus Eastern Europe, just to make this conversation more interesting.
I think that a lot has been said already, and so I think transport and energy is definitely a focus for many authorities, and that is across Europe. If you look at the Polish wind energy projects, for example, I think that there's not so much as a gap between the East and the West as we might have had before. And the good thing about transport and energy is, if I, without sounding disrespectful, but it's sort of more it's sort of more commoditized, right? So people are more used to the risks there, and there's a lot of successful projects to look at and a lot of experience in the market. So I think not just in Europe, but also globally, those are the safe projects. This is what investors know, and this is what the sector knows. So I think we'll see a lot of that still. Where the real challenges lie is probably in the social PPP area, and people have mentioned care. I think we have seen, at least in Europe, the total, if I can say that, failure of the model that we have, whereby we have big old people's homes where people are basically put in, and the death rates in these institutions are enormous. So I think we will see a rethink. I think in the longer term, that is probably an area where we'll see a lot of new investment, and we'll see a different type of investment. And what the role of the private sector will be in that is going to be interesting. I think there was a general view that potentially the private sector would be worse at handling that than the public sector. But I think if we look across Europe now, we see that the opinions on that are changing. And so I think it'll be interesting to see where that social PPP market is going. The same for education. I think we're looking at a very different model at the moment in Europe, with a lot of students working from home. And so I think that's a market that will also change, and as an important real estate market that will change with that. I think globally, and again, sort of quoting Adrian on not overstating a crisis, I think if we look at death rates and causes of that globally, of course, COVID has a huge impact, but I think the priorities that many governments have set across the world won't change, because it is relative. I mean, the challenges that were there in 2019 are still there. So I think globally what we are seeing is, yes, there are new focus points on how we do PPP, especially in the social sector, but I don't expect a huge change.
All right, I mean, we've only got a few minutes left now. In closing, I'm just going to go quickly through the questions we have. I've noticed some of them are statements rather than questions. First question is there a project in which force majeure has been applied during the COVID-19 period? I mean, from my understanding, I'm not familiar with a project that has COVID-19 applied due to COVID-19. I think force majeure covers many different aspects, not just COVID-19. My understanding as well is in the UK, PFI, PPP contracts, government has specifically come out and said their standard form contracts, force majeure clauses do not cover COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemics are excluded. Perhaps I'm going to come back to a lawyer in the first instance to hear from you, Helga, whether you're aware of force majeure clauses applied to COVID-19.
Yes, I am actually. And in a lot of the civil law contracts that we have, and in actually all of the Belgian contracts, where 99%, we have pandemic as force majeure. So that is dealt with in quite a lot of contracts. I know it's different in many common law jurisdictions. Biological contamination is sometimes mentioned as a force majeure case. I think the sort of prevailing view is that COVID-19 is not biological contamination. And so we do have actually much more case-by-case analysis than you'd expect for something like this. So in many countries, authorities have been a bit more flexible than maybe you'd expect. And even if pandemic wasn't mentioned as force majeure, they are looking into treating it as such. Why? Well, I think for some of the reasons we mentioned at the beginning, the position and the stance that is taken now in individual projects is going to have a huge effect on many other projects and on the appetite for investors to invest in a certain jurisdiction. I think what is interesting, and we touched on that at the beginning as well, is there is the pandemic itself and then there are the measures. And measures taken in Tanzania are very different from the ones taken in China. Measures within small areas like Europe, Sweden versus the Netherlands are very, very different. So what we've done as well is when we get questions both in the negotiation phase and during PPP contracts being performed is how much of this is potentially a change in law? So is it a government decision to restrict, for example, the use of railways? If so, then is the consequence and is the damage caused by the pandemic itself, or is it caused by the legal measures taken? And that's a wonderful debate for lawyers, maybe less for other people. So there's a lot of nitty-gritty there. But I think what we see, and that is quite encouraging, is that many governments, as I said before, look at the wider picture. It might not be force majeure, but there is usually a hook in the contract that can be used in some jurisdictions. And again, Europe is one area where this is important, is if you take measures very much to the benefit of one of the contract parties, there might be a state aid element to that. So investors and lenders are worried about that. So just shoving money onto the private sector and completely disregarding the risk allocation is not a solution either, because this might cause some issues in the longer term. So basically, force majeure, in many contracts, pandemic isn't a force majeure event. In actually more contracts than you'd expect it is. And another element is that this change of law, or in some countries hardship, can be invoked. In many countries also where there's no specific PPP law, you can still rely on the sort of on the underlying legislation to use those principles to come to an equitable solution for the specific contract.
Yes, I know in certain jurisdictions, even PPPs are able to be rebalanced, if you like, or renegotiated. This is a slightly different concept to many common law jurisdictions. I was going to ask, Manuel, in your portfolio, have you seen, force majeure or this change in law provisions applied specifically to COVID-19?
At this moment, we have seen probably all of the private partners sending notifications informing of the occurrence of force majeure events, and also to clearly state out that many of the legislative and administrative measures that were taken by the state are specific law amendments that are not covered by the risk of the private contractor. So this is pretty much what Helga was stating before. In what we, at least in Portugal, what the majority of our contracts lists epidemic, not pandemic, but epidemic as a force majeure event. Epidemic would be on a not such a big, it's not on a world scale, not on a world scale, but on a national scale. So we think that, and it's also only a list, because the concept itself, we think that at least at this moment, we are keen on accepting that the pandemic will be a force majeure event. Moreover, we also have change of circumstances and hardship clauses, and we think we have not yet received concrete financial rebalance and compensation requests, but we are expecting to receive them as soon as there is a more predictable forecast on the impacts of the pandemic, and we will have to deal with them. Let us see. We also just worth mentioning is that at least in our jurisdiction, force majeure is not only a relief event but also a compensation event. So that they may seek financial rebalance in following the occurrence of the pandemic events. Then we have in many of the contracts a regime that is very complex, because it's liaised with the possibility for the private partner to take out insurance policies that in reasonable terms within the EU market. So there is this I think the regime is all the same, is the same everywhere, but as we have included it in the contract, is that the public partner limits its liability in relation to the occurrence of force majeure events, limits its liability if to a threshold which is more or less if it would be possible to take insurance policies with reasonable terms within the EU market. But this is still very early. We don't have yet concrete financial rebalance or compensation requests on the grounds of force majeure or a change of law that can give us an idea of how the jurisdictional courts or arbitration courts will issue their decisions on these matters.
Thank you, Manuel. I know force majeure is a very complicated mechanism, and often, I mean, it can even lead to termination of contracts in the worst instances. But I just wanted to really ask just a very general question. I think both Helga and Manuel, thank you for your insight. Adrian, from your perspective and the Australian perspective, I know that you're sort of perhaps may not have the deep project insight at this stage. What's the feedback from the market?
Yeah, so I think based on the Australian context, where at least thus far we haven't had the same health or economic impact and therefore the same extent of lockdowns, it's not an issue that's emerged in practice. There was a lot of talk early on, I guess around March time, around whether we were going to see the invocation of those clauses. But we've also seen, I think, a pretty sophisticated response from the client side, from treasuries, to actually work with concession holders to deal with any issues that emerge. The interesting one I heard was one public sector client actually approached the PPP concessionaire which was a partial availability payment, and said, well, we the public sector have got a revenue loss and we pay you every month, so we'd like to escape from some of that if we can, so we can all share the pain. So sort of the inverse of some of the force majeure stuff that we're seeing elsewhere.
Okay, we're out of time. It's been a great conversation. I think we've answered most of the questions during the course of this session. I'd like to thank all the panelists. I've certainly learnt a lot about the European approach, which is quite different to what we've experienced in Australia. It's interesting, though, that over the course of the session, it's become quite clear that the impact of COVID-19, particularly as it relates to long-term stable infrastructure assets, perhaps isn't as great as people perceive. And it's also quite refreshing to hear that the pipeline of projects is continuing, particularly as it relates to PPPs. But the future is still very uncertain. I think we're still, in terms of understanding the consequences of COVID-19, I think we're still in COVID, and it's very hard to predict the future. But I think perhaps the future isn't as bad as we all thought. Perhaps we'll leave this discussion on that note. We have another panel starting immediately after us, and I'll now pass on the moderator role to Mujda Zanal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Adrian, Helga, Manuel, and Daniel. It was very informative and interactive, engaging panel. We all enjoyed your insights. Dr. Ayub, if you want to add anything other than that, I would move on to the next panel.
Thank you for all. We are not closing the meeting room, and we are keep going on with the country presentation. Helga, thank you. See you next year.
Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Kuwaiti PPP market and the pipeline in Kuwait.
Yeah, he's here.
Welcome on board.
Welcome, brother.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for hosting me here. My name is Engineer Naif Al-Haddad, and I'd like to thank Dr. Ayub, and as well as Istanbul PPP Center of Excellence, and for being here on Istanbul PPP Virtual Week. This is a great chance to demonstrate Kuwait's experience in the PPP network, and like what has been done recently. If you may allow me to share my presentation. I have actually a presentation here I made. Okay. So today I was going to talk about like Kuwait's experience in tendering PPP projects, the milestones and the challenges, and I will also highlight on some of the comments we have discussed and I've been listening to recently about the effect of COVID-19 on such a small country and its commitment towards enabling PPP projects. So briefly, this is going to be a very brief presentation. I'm going to give you a brief about what is CAP, Kuwait Authority for Private Partnership Projects. What's the PPP framework in Kuwait? What has already been achieved and done? The challenges that we're facing and the way forward. And I'm going to lay out with like, in a very transparent method, the way how it's going to be like. So Kuwait's Authority for Partnership Projects was established in the year 2014, according to a state law that has been issued. And it is the central agency mandated to tender the state's own projects through multiple agencies to be pulled into CAB into multiple sectors. And CAB will be the facilitator between both the private sector and the public sector. So what's the framework here in PPP? Now, the first thing is also, we're gonna look at like how Kuwait is taking into account the benefits of PPP according to its social and economic benefit. Now, enabling PPP go through reduction of the budgetary burden on the state. When we have private financing, this is a very common aspect and very known. We talk about like the progressive enablement of the private sector to take on the role of operations and maintenance and enabling and motivating the local economy and allowing the state role to change into regulation. As well as when we talk about like PPP project here in Kuwait, most of the projects, almost more than most of the projects, we establish a joint stock SPV company, which will be listed into the stock market, and 50% of the shares will be allocated to the citizens. This is a kind of capitalist/socialist approach into having the benefits to the to the society as well as to both the public and private sector. As well as we talk about like the attraction of foreign investment, and I would say also enabling the local investment to grow. And we talk about like also achieving the speed, the quality, efficiency, optimization of the private sector into enabling the knowledge, the expertise, and absorption into it to motivate the local experience and to learn from it. Now, this is the small circle of CAB, how it's dealing with. Now, CAB is in the middle here. We're dealing with a public entity, which is related to a PPP project, either through like, presenting a business case or developing a feasibility study. We have other public entities which are related to, like, we talk about like utilities, public works, municipality, oil, gas. And we have also the Department of the Legal Advice and Legislation, which is, a state entity which oversees and regulates the PPP contracts. Now, this is one of the challenges and aspects we're gonna mention later on. And we have the State Audit Bureau. The State Audit Bureau is a public entity. Actually, it's not it's not a governmental entity, it's a public entity, which actually is part of the parliament. Kuwait is a democratic state, and this bureau follows the parliament. It oversees the tendering process, as it goes, and how it's transparent and according to the rules and regulation. Now, that's one of the issues we're going to talk about, like also at later in the challenges. Now, what do we have here, like in the framework, in a nutshell? We have the legal framework, we have a law, executive regulations, we have a guidebook that has been developed earlier, it has been updated, with the support of the World Bank in 2018. We have the PPP agreement, which are governed by local laws, and even for arbitration, we'd go to international law of a selected choice between us and the bidders. We have a central PPP unit, and we have identified public entities which are related by the services and responsibilities to such projects. Now, you have the documentation, and which has been already agreed to and approved, and you have an interactive ongoing dialogue between the public and the private sector, and we have ethics and principles that we maintain to, which is enabling fair competition, transparency, and bias treatment in order, at the same time, you want to maintain the attraction of the foreign investment into the state. This is the typical project cycle of a PPP project in Kuwait. I believe it's almost similar to how it is like in around in the region and maybe globally. I gotta say, the way if you look at it, and this is coming from somebody who's been working on such projects, managing such projects, the longest cycle, if you can see here, it's usually here from 1 to 3, and actually it's almost 3. Most of the state government and entities, they don't have the knowledge and the know-how how to develop internally a feasibility study, and that's why they would go for it would take time, and we have to recruit a transaction advisor. We always push for the for the state entities to start preparing a business case in advance, because some of them actually they think that once they develop I would say a kind of an early draft of a feasibility study or a business case, they think it would be tendered within 6 to 4 months. That's not the case. That's not the case with the PPPs. PPPs is not the magical solution that's like available in your drawer that you would bullet and just solve the case. It takes time. Now, I know in many international practices that according to to the bureaucratic cycle, a PPP project actually it takes time according to what kind of regulations, how the states are cooperating, and the processes which has been made and developed. In Kuwait, over practice and over tendering 5 to 7 projects. And unfortunately, the timeline takes around, for the cycle, takes around up to 32 months, which is considered, I would say, unfeasible and unfavored by the state. And they're pushing for us to, to go for a 24-month as a top ceiling, limit, which would involve a lot of cooperation, a lot of legal, modifications, a lot of, and even right now with the COVID-19, how the economy and how it's impacting it, there's a lot of challenges in order to optimize, the project cycle. So let me shift to what are the milestones right now, which has so far been achieved. Now, since the issuance of the PPP law, we have tendered around 7 projects in multiple states, in multiple sectors. We have issued our updated PPP guidebook, collaboration with the World Bank. We have actually, since we have the first SBV company maintaining an IWPP project in Kuwait, and since the 50% of the shares we have as CAP subscribed on behalf of the citizens, we have conducted an IBO of the 50% shares. That was in the end of 2019, actually. It was, and the subscription actually reached 127% of the normal subscription. In October 2019, we have established another company for a wastewater treatment plant. I'm going to talk in a bit about this project, actually, which is the recent project has been implemented. The PPP agreement for this project was signed early this year, and the first is the first SBV company, which is for the IWP plant, just recently was listed in the Kuwait Stock Exchange. So you already have the IBO, you already bought the shares, and right now it's going on in trading and dealing in the stock market. Now, the wastewater treatment plant, it's an amazing, and it was a very challenging project. And it had, COVID-19 had an effect to it. Now, see, this project had two types of PPP frameworks. You have a DBO and you have a BOT. The cost, the CapEx cost for this project is $1.2 billion. And, you know, it's of the high utmost necessity for the state itself, since we had a lot of issues about like wastewater treatment, especially like, you know, at the rainy season, we had a lot of flooding in the sewage system, as well as, you know, we had a lot of cases about like environmental pollution and for the treatment. Yeah. So this project has been of the highest crucial importance to the state. Now, we have signed the PPP agreement in mid-January, and we were supposed to have a financial closure by April. Now the COVID-19 started, you know, spreading, and which have delayed our financial closure all the way till it was achieved in July 29th. During that time, we had a lot of issues. Yeah, we had a lot of issues because, see, the state has mandated a partial curfew and then a total full curfew on almost everybody, okay? So when that happened, yeah, there was a lot of cases when like the SPV company and its public utility partner have exchanged kind of heated letters about like whether it's an event of default, whether it's a government risk, whether like they're going into like a force majeure. But everything, thankfully, in cooperation and understanding has been resolved peacefully without going all the way that much far, with compensation to the SPV company, you know, for the government risk, because the state has imposed these curfews. Now, let me look at the framework of this company. See, in the middle here, this is the project company, which has been established. You have the Kuwait Investment Authority, which is the sovereign fund for the state, owns the 10%. 50% is subscribed on behalf of the citizens by CAB during the first initial one till the commercial operation of the project. So the whole time will be, you know, kind of safeguarding these, you know, 50% to shares till the commercial operation, and then we will start the IBO to transfer to the Kuwaiti citizens. Now the project company is already signing with an offtake agreement with the Ministry of Public Works. The public utility is signed for public works here in the state. 40% has been assigned to a bidding consortium by a local and German colleagues. And they have been financed by these banks, including 2 local banks and multiple international banks, you know, across the globe, from Germany and from Korea. So currently right now, actually, and on our plate, although with, yes, COVID-19 had a negative effect on us, as like the progress and how we're moving forward, yet we have projects which are like of the highest need to the state. We talk about like these projects are borrow projects. And borrow is essential because, you know, you talk about like urban development, you talk about like, you know, expansion of urban areas, you talk about like increasing load demand. And also as well, maintaining, you know, the target and trying to reach the target about integration of green and renewable energy and into the network grid. So these projects are crucial and like a must have. So, you know, and even in light of COVID-19, the state is still pushing forward that these projects would be tendered in time. Now, let me show you a snapshot. This is a dashboard of what we have right now. So we have a project in the valuation stage, you know, the business proposal stage, which is a constructing waste treatment plant. This is being like, you know, still like we're studying the feasibility of it as a business case. In the stage of appointing advisory body, we have multiple IPP plants, thermal and renewable. We have, you know, a used car auction market. Okay. We have as well as a bachelor city, which is like almost like I would say, like, you know, right now what's happening in the MENA region or the GCC region is called like, you know, labor city areas. Now, currently right now, there's a project has been already tendered. We're waiting for bids. Actually, we're waiting for bids like in less than 10 days, which is called the Labor City. You know, if you've been to Abu Dhabi or Dubai or like, you know, in Qatar, they have the same kind of cases. Around 18 to 20,000 bags of labor is going to be there contained within. We have an upcoming real estate project, which is an existing mall and a marina, which will be retendered again for development and upgrading and enhancing. And it's on the main, it's on the main Coronation Kuwait. We have a project where we're waiting, hopefully, to reach the awarding stage. You know, has been kind of in a lot of political heat, you know, between us and the State Audit Bureau and the Parliament. This is the Municipal Solid Waste Treatment Plant. We have a project which has already achieved financial close, and right now we have already started the implementation. And we have a project which is already in commercial operation, already has been completed, and you know the IPO has already been conducted. So, what are the challenges? And I believe what the challenges right now is going to be common across almost everybody. And I'm being very kind of, I would say, transparent about it. The governmental sponsorship and adoption. If the state doesn't support the public entity who's responsible for this and adopt the PPP program as a major headlining mandate, you're not going to get the confidence and the interest globally and even regionally. Aside from that, we do have actually some regulatory and legal issues related to PPP framework, because see, the way we have it, and if you take a look at it on our websites, like in Arabic and English, you can see that it's progressive. And some of the other local state laws are not. So we have a challenge about this and how to do it. And then you have the perception about the general public and the parliament and other public political entities here about like the framework of the public-private partnerships. You know, some of them, they perceive it as like, you know, selling away national assets to foreign investment. Some of them, they go as much far as like calling it like, you know, conspiracies whatsoever, or like, you know, sell-offs. This is where like, you know, the awareness comes in. There is a need to spread the awareness how there's benefits to the local economy and society. And then sometimes you do have actually budgetary constraints of the public entities, because see, public entities need to have some kind of budget available to conduct feasibility studies and to assign transaction advisories. This is one of the challenges. We have a low human capacity who have expertise in PPPs. And we do have sometimes issues with the public entities when they have actually, they don't have a clear idea about how to carry on the project, how to specify like, you know, the scope of work, you know, in order to conduct a feasibility study and to know, like, you know, what we need to tender and see how the market would respond to what you're tendering as a project. Would it be feasible? Would it be marketable? Would it be bankable? So aside from the challenges here, let's look at the way forward. We cannot just bring the challenges and let's like have a kind of recommendation. And what I'm sharing to you, honestly, has been raised all the way to the highest entity here in Kuwait, to the Council of Ministers. And they've seen this. And that's why I was like saying, like, you know, we're just demonstrating this presentation and these issues in a most transparent way. So what me, myself, or CAB itself, what we need is support from the state. And the state has to identify how the PPP program relates to its own program, how it helps her, how it could achieve, you know, its 2035 vision and development plan. And what's the role of cabinet? And there has to be an established and continuous public-private sector dialogue. We have already started this, and we could be maybe the only entity that we have started this. We have started this with the local banks and the local, you know, investment companies. We're moving forward also to the next level, the international side. And it has to be continuous, because these are like our partners. So we want to know, like, you know, how we could work it together, because in the end, if they don't participate, there's no project at all. And then we actually, through practice of the tendering, we have found that there are a lot of changes, enhancement, modification has to be conducted to the PPP law to make it more progressive, to shortcut the time, to make it as much fast track as possible. We need actually allocation of budget and resources to expand and build up the local human capacity and maintaining it. As well as we need as well, you know, and Dr. Ayub could also, like, he knows about this, that we need to exchange the knowledge and expertise with similar organizations, internationally and regionally. In the end, I believe that, local media campaign awareness has to be continuous. So what's the benefit of PPPs? Because recently, just when the people found out that, buying the shares would get them up to 13% of IRR on the rate, on the share itself, they became happy. So these projects, and this is my closing comment, a power plant or wastewater plant doesn't relate to the consumer because they're not dealing with it directly. It's being dealt with the state. But if it's a PPP project that directly gives services and support directly to the consumer and to the local society and economy, then you could see that there's appreciation and there's the actual captured benefits that could be felt and touched. I believe I'm done here with my presentation, and this is our information here, and if you need a copy of it, just let me know. Thank you for listening.
Dear Engineer Naif, thank you very much for great presentation. Is it available to distribute your presentation to the audience?
Yes, Dr. Ayub, I'll email it to you.
Okay, so I will distribute to the audience. Thank you very much, and hope to see you next year in person in Istanbul.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fatima and Samira, are you here? So we will continue with you. Fatima, bonjour, bonjour. Qui veut commencer? Qui veut commencer? Samira, you can start. Yes, we cannot hear you.
Okay, I was mute.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and hope everyone is fine. Well, I can share my presentation also, I think. 1 second. Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know how to do it. I'm sorry. Well, sorry for that.
Do you see the share screen on the bottom? It's a green button.
Yeah, I look at. I'm so.
There is a green button at the bottom.
Share screen, but it's share. Okay. Is it? Can you see?
Not now.
No. I'm sorry.
So we will start with Fatima, and maybe you can handle it, or you will send us to your presentation. We will arrange it.
Okay.
Okay. You just send your presentation to the team.
Okay.
Okay, Fatima, it's your turn.
Yeah, but Dr. Ayub, I don't have a presentation. Is it fine?
Anyway,
I'll do just the speech.
together.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Ayub, for this very informative virtual PPP week. I do appreciate the insight and the excellent presentations during these 2 past days, and I look forward to the coming ones. So in this country presentation session, I will give a brief overview on the actions and measures taken by the government of Morocco during and after COVID-19, and also some insight on the legal and operational framework of PPPs in Morocco to date. So first of all, what are the actions taken by the Moroccan government during the crisis? So Morocco has established a special fund for the management and response to COVID-19. The fund mobilized around 33.7 billion dirhams to face the challenges. We also established Economic Watch Committee. This committee allocated the fund's resources to assist the country's economy, to strengthen Morocco's healthcare system, and to help social classes affected by COVID-19's financial impact. Morocco Ministry of Finance and Economy and Administration Reform has launched a new guarantee mechanism called Demand Oxygen to protect businesses from bankruptcy in the face of the global health crisis by deferring their loan payments and allowing banks to set up exceptional overdrafts to help businesses. So to date, nearly 950,000 employees have received job loss compensation. More than 4 million households in the informal sector benefited from a financial aid. More than 20,000 Moroccan businesses have benefited from state guaranteed loans amounting approximately 26.1 billion dirhams. What is the Morocco Recovery Plan? So following the Royal High Guidelines contained in the throne speech, the recovery plan is based on 3 major axes. So the first one, on the eve of his 21st throne day, on the 29th of July 2020, King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, announced the recovery plan to rescue Morocco's economy weighed down by the COVID-19 crisis by injecting 120 billion dirhams, around $12.8 billion, into the national economy, and preserving jobs and integrating the informal sector will be top priorities. The government will continue to promote public investment, taking into consideration the 45 billion dirhams that will be also mobilized under the Strategic Investment Fund called Mohammed VI Investment Fund. It is a new fund to be created to spur PPP projects in the country, with the 15 billion dirhams allocated from the state budget and 30 billion dirhams through national and international financial institutions, partnership with private sector also. The second axis has to do with a global basic medical coverage of 2 years, achieving universal compulsory health coverage, ensuring universal access to family allowances, expanding enrollment in a pension scheme for about 5 million Moroccan workers, ensuring universal access to employment protection insurance for Moroccans with steady jobs. The third and the last one is related to a profound reform of the public sector with the aim of achieving greater complementary and coherence in the public establishments and enterprises' mission, and to improve their economic and social effectiveness. So far, this is what have been done to overcome this crisis during and after COVID-19. So now for PPPs, so the role of PPP is to boost public investment. Morocco's appetite for PPPs continues to grow. So as COVID weighs on the economy's economic prospects, the need is primarily in the social sectors, such as health and education, as well as strategic sectors, such as transport and energy. So Morocco has a range of legal texts covering PPP relationship, public-private relations, in infrastructure investment, ranging from delegated management, PPPs contracts, public procurement, sectoral laws, and some legal texts authorizing some SOEs and public establishment, the award of PPPs contracts. So the law number 8612 regarding PPP contracts came into force in 2015, aiming to define unified general framework and incentive for the development of PPPs in Morocco. In 2020, the 4618 Act amending and completing the 2015 law came also into force with certain amendments. These include extending the scope of application to other public bodies. So now we have also local authorities and legal persons governed by public law within these authorities. Second, governance adapted to regional and local specificities. We have established a national public-private partnership commission with the head of the government. The main mission of this commission is to put in place a national PPP strategy and to adopt, among other things, a national annual or a multi-year PPP program, and also to set conditions in terms of the prior assessment procedure and the negotiation procedure. This law also introduced 2 other amendments. These involve simplifying the unsolicited proposal process and clarifying the condition of using the negotiation procedure, as well as the alignment of these procedures with the other legal texts. So in addition to the adjustments made to the law, the current regulatory texts will be revised according to the amendments, and new text will be adopted for the implementation of the new provisions, in particular with regards to PPPs at local levels and to governance. Concerning the portfolio of PPP projects, it is diversified and it covers a multitude of sectors, including highways, ports, railways, logistics, as well as irrigation and desalination projects. So the Ministry of Finance has identified 11 potential projects that are in the process of the pre-feasibility studies with an investment of more than 43 billion dirhams. These projects include 4 logistics zones, an energy port, a railway line, 5 highways, and desalination plant. We also have 4 projects in the process of preliminary assessment, what we call évaluation préalable. The project to build and operate the new port of Kenitra was launched by the Ministry of Equipment and Transport. This project is planned in 2 phases and its estimated cost is 7,700 million. The project to build and operate new marinas on the Mediterranean as a part of PPP in Tanger and Tétouan with a cost of 1 million. The project to develop specialized airport for business aviation in Titmelil, initiated by the ONDL. The investment costs around 809 million dirhams. The aim of this project is to strengthen the service to capital region. And then we have also a spontaneous offer for the construction of 5 detention facilities with a total accommodation capacity of 1,455 prisoners. So we have also 3 projects that were examined by the PPP Commission, 2 of them which are under development. One is in the procurement phase in the health sector. It is a new project to set up a pharmaceutical production unit for serum, vaccines, and biological products. The project will be segmented in 2 phases with a total of 316 million. The first phase involves the production of 4 serums, and the second one will see the production of 3 vaccines. So one construction phase. This project is in the irrigation sector. It is a project in the Dakhla zone using desalination water and wind energy on 5,000 hectares. The project is to produce 75,000 meters cube of water per day for desalination plant with an estimated cost of 2 billion dirhams. We are expecting more projects into the pipeline since the creation of the National PPP Commission, who will adopt a national PPP program, including regional projects of local authorities who are responsible for carrying out significant part of the public investment. For the governance of the PPP project, as we said in the amended law, we have the PPP Commission, which define the annual PPP program. And then we also have a PPP committee, which gives an overview on the assessment report to the Ministry of Finance, who give the final decision to the public authority on the option of PPPs. So in fact, in addition to the implementation of the legal framework at a particular level, the amendments made aim to strengthen the performance of the public and private sectors so that all market players can contribute to the socio-economic development of the country. To conclude, so the whole world is affected by this pandemic, and Morocco has unfortunately not escaped it. So some reflections by the government. So we have difficulties that exist for certain sectors, especially for commercial PPPs whose revenues depend on traffic. User fees PPP projects, especially in the transportation sector, are experiencing considerable revenue generation challenges. Besides, the health crisis has uncovered a number of weaknesses within social infrastructure. So from what is happening in the whole world, the healthcare system in most countries are not resilient to these pandemic shocks due to poor integration. This indeed, this is a need. So there is a need of a new PPP healthcare ecosystem, and this can be an opportunity to relaunch the development of social infrastructure. The need of a quality IT project was also highlighted. One way to cope with this COVID-19 is to ensure that services are being delivered. And digitization has become widespread, and the IT sector should attract investment in the years to come. Which sector we should develop and how we will use the power of IT on PPP projects. These are questions asked by public authorities, and digital solutions are needed to compensate for these losses. So all available resources should be mobilized to support impacted businesses, projects, and the country's economy. Therefore, public decision makers are encouraged to implement a recovery plan and massify investments in order to revive the economy. And they are aware that public procurement is an important switch for economic recovery with the support of the private sector to benefit from capital and private financing through the PPP tool. Thank you very much.
Dear Fatma, thank you very much for your presentation. And I got Engineer Nayef's presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation. I will distribute it. And now, Samira, it's your turn.
Yeah, hi. Sorry for the technical problem. So I will try to present the institutional and legal framework of PPP in Tunisia, as well as few ongoing project in Tunisia. So one second. I can find my, yeah. So the legal framework, we adopted the French typology. We have concessive PPP, like user pay PPP, and we have government pays PPP, non-concessive PPP. We have also another important category, which is institutional PPP. The institutional PPP is mainly for mega project for urban development with an important real estate component. So for the user pay model, it has been used since the 18th or even before for so many kind of projects like electricity, like roads, and the new model, which is the government pays model, has been introduced by the law in 2015, and we started with 2 pilot projects just to gain the knowledge and the skills to undertake it. It is a little bit delicate. For the mixed and institutional PPP, it has been used for the development of urban area, such the Berge du Lac, for who visited Tunisia may know it. So this is like a comprehensive legal framework, and it has been improved recently by so many amendments just to push it through this PPP and to strengthen the use of it. The new improvement aims at simplifying procedure for some small project, encouraging unsolicited proposal, and promote the use of PPP by municipalities, local government. So as I said, the concession, the term concession, the French one, is for long-term contract between public and private partner for the management of a public service or the use and operation of the domain or public equipment. And it's the main distinction is that the private partner is remunerated by user. So we, as I said, we used already for the roads, for the highways, I mean, for the electricity, where the user is the state-owned stake company. For the new model that I said, government pays PPP, it was intended to diversify the tools of public procurement, and it was destined mainly to social services, where the project are not financially sufficient, let's say. So the new government decree, as I said, that introduces some amendments to boost the use of PPP was based on the adoption of specific measures for concession related to small projects, the promotion of private initiative through the adoption of incentives for the initiator of unsolicited offer, because we noted that there is no many unsolicited offer, and we wanted the private partner to take initiative, especially in local and regional area, and propose by themselves ideas of project. So we encouraged them by simplifying the procedure and the condition of the monitoring of this project. Also, the new government decree aims to encouragement of the participation of the Tunisian small and medium enterprises in this type of contract, to boost the economy, to make the PPP as a tool to boost the economy. Other measures has been taken recently was the strengthening of support of technical assistance mechanism for the benefit of the public authority for the preparation of project by creating a fund to finance the feasibility project, because we noted through the years that many projects was stopped or delayed because of the lack of the in-skill houses and the lack of funds to make proper and proper feasibility studies. And finally, the new governmental decree introduces the establishment of an administrative pre-contractor appeal mechanism to give more guarantee to investor. So as institutional PPP, as I said, it was decided and used for mega infrastructure project with an important real estate component. And the government is intended to use this formula for the development of some area in the capital and also in the south of the country. So for the institutional framework, the main authority is the PPP unit within the presidency of government. And it was locating it within the presidency of government just to give the signal of the strong political will to support this mode of contract, and to promote it and to give more reassurance about the visibility and the clarity of the strategy of the Tunisian government to support the use of this tool. Second department is the PPP department at the Ministry of Finance, which main like attribution. Okay, so I will continue with the institutional framework. The National Board on PPP strategy is also shared by the President of Government, and is currently under the discussion of the PPP, like Tunisian PPP strategy, which will be communicated hopefully very soon, that will translate the vision of the government for the use of the PPP tool, and which sector we intend to invest in the coming few years. So the strategy may be available like in 2 or 3 months, and just because of the political change, and we had like many government going and coming, there was no stable like political So that's what make the delay a little bit about communicating a strategy for PPP soon. Anyway, finally, there is focal point at each ministry and national agency and company. So for the, let's go directly to the project pipeline. As I said, the project pipeline, a lot of projects are like the strategy will communicate about a more comprehensive project pipeline that might translate the vision of the government for the use of the PPP from now on. So I will just present few projects which are under competition or they will be tendered soon. Just to give an idea, and then I will present a snapshot about the strategy of the government to use PPP in the coming years and to introduce it to more sectors than the conventional and the traditional one. So project under competition, I may mention the north of Great Tunis water treatment plants, was based on master plan study developed by the National Sanitation Office. So it is costed around, estimated cost about 700 million Tunisian dinar. Also another project under competition, which is tendered by the municipality of Tunis. And that's what I mentioned about trying to boost the local authority to, for the use of PPP. So the municipality of Tunis, which is like the biggest municipality in Tunisia, is tendering the construction of parking. So the project consists of the construction of 3 parking in the municipality of Tunis with a total capacity exceeding 2,000 places that may like solve all the congestion problem within the municipality. And the estimated cost is 160 million. So another project that will be tendered soon is the logistic and free trade zone in Bingarden in the south of Tunisia, close to the Libyan border. The target is primarily Tunisia and Libyan retailer, trader, or individual traveler and secondary tourist from Jerba. So the estimated cost is 130 million. Another project which will be tendered soon is the renovation and extension of Sidi Boussaid Marina, which aim at the development and extension and construction of the marina, including rehabilitation of the existing port facility and the extension of sea protection work. So the estimated cost of this project is 150 million. Another project will be tendered soon is the Bizerte South Waste Management Project, which cost is around 300 million. And also the logistics zone in Gargour, which is estimated cost is about 84 million. So as I said, like we use it to use PPP for like conventional sectors such as electricity, and we recently tendered around 500 megawatt on renewable energy, and we have this gas station, and now the tendency, especially with the coronavirus and all this pandemic results, is to use the PPP tool to develop for less conventional sector in Tunisia. So we will continue using PPP for the energy and for water treatment and for desalination water, but also, and that's the ongoing strategy is about how to use PPP in the health sector, education, and agriculture. And in this, on this level, we get somehow inspired by the Turkish experience for the use of PPP in the health sector. So our strategy now is to diversify the use of PPP on different sectors, give more guarantee to investors, boost the private initiative and unsolicited initiative, and make the PPP really a tool for the development of infrastructure. So that's what I have to share with you today. Thank you so much for following the presentation. Hope, yeah.
Thank you, Samira. Thank you for presentation, and Fatima also. Thank you for your contribution. It was great to listen Tunisia and Morocco PPP project pipeline. So, and also I would like to thank you for closing your presentation on time. In 5 minutes, we will be in the other room to listen EBRD investment in PPP projects after COVID-19. So we're waiting for you, all of you, in the other room.
Thank you for inviting us, and have a nice day and good work. Great.
Thank you, Samira. Fatima, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayub. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And good afternoon to everyone. I know it's a very busy day, but in this session, we have a very special guest from EBRD Turkey. She is the deputy head of EBRD in Turkey, and we would like to listen EBRD investment in PPP project and the success story of EBRD in Turkish PPP stories. And the floor is yours, Şule Hanım.
Thank you very much, Eyüp'cüğüm. It's a pleasure for me to be here together with all of you. I hear from Eyüp that actually there have been many participants from all around the world. I mean, thanks to probably to the IT system, we don't need to travel all the way, and it is possible to connect to each other by this means. Very briefly, I am the deputy head of Turkey, covering especially infrastructure energy in the Turkish operations. Joined to the EBRD in 2014, and since then heavily involved, especially on the PPP side. Before that, I was at UniCredit, and again, I was heavily involved on the development of the PPP model in Turkey. And over 25 years of experience, most of my life has been spent on the infrastructure side. So coming to EBRD and EBRD operations in Turkey, most of you already know who is EBRD, and it is a multilateral organization with the development mandate for the countries of operations. Currently, there are more than 71 shareholders, because I'm saying more than because this year new joiners to the shareholding of the bank. So it's a bank which is owned by world countries and European countries also have a important share. We are currently operating in 38 countries, but as part of our strategy, which is approved this year, there is a plan to extend the operations to Sub-Saharan and some other countries, and currently work is going on in that respect. And in Turkey, the operation started in 2009, and as of today, Turkey is the largest country of operation with 16% of the total portfolio of EBRD, and it is the largest country of operation. And per annum, we are putting 1.3 to 1.5 billion euro of investment in the country. This includes not just debt, but also equity contributions to various projects. And currently, equity portfolio also takes something like 15% of our portfolio. Of course, this year was a very different year compared with all the previous years, and not only for Turkey, I mean, it's for the whole world, of course, because of the COVID pandemic issue, which we never experienced before. So we are having many of the first experiences this year, one of which is being locked down and working in our homes. And initially it was very difficult, probably most of you also experienced, but now this become a normal business mode of operandi. And this year, we have been heavily focusing on the needs of the country to cope with the COVID, and how as EBRD we can respond to this COVID pandemic crisis. At the moment, our portfolio is 40% infrastructure energy, 23% is FI, and the rest is corporates. When I say corporates, it's manufacturing, services, and agriculture, and technology, and telecommunication, and property. So as you have seen, I mean, our majority of our portfolio is infrastructure and energy, and PPPs in that respect takes an important portion as well. In Turkey, I think in one of the previous PPP events, I have put a presentation in that respect. I would like to also share with those of you who haven't seen it before. Let me just put it on the screen. A little bit first about the background history of Turkey about the PPPs. And then I will come to the point where, okay, I assume now you are able to see my screen. Let me try to put this in presentation form. I'm still also learning, sorry for that. No. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still learning out of this. Whether I can put this full on the screen. Let me just see.
There should be an item at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm trying to see that, but I don't know why I'm. Okay, yeah, I saw it now. Okay. Yeah. So this is the history of Turkey about the PPPs, and you have seen that actually the history of Turkey goes back to 1990s in Turkey, and when there was a huge gap in terms of the energy capacity in Turkey, the government has decided to introduce the build-operate model in order to fulfill the capacity gap in the energy sector. And that was how very first PPP model in the form of build-operate was introduced in Turkey with the law introduced by then. But then seeing the success of this with the realization of the capacity gap fulfillment, the government decided to use this model for other areas of the infrastructure. One of very successful cases were airports. You may remember the Atatürk Airport, or in Ankara, İstanbul Airport probably have used it. Those were the very first examples of the BOT model. And there has been, of course, modification in the model in the form of build, operate, and transfer. And that was the time when the law, which is the main law managing the PPPs with the law number 396 was introduced. And this was much more detailed compared with the previous one, which was introduced in 1990s. And with this law, it was possible to use it for the airport developments, which was very successful, and power plant developments, hydropower projects, especially marinas and some of the other infrastructure areas. Thanks to that, I need to say that with this, we have been more than half of the airport, for example, infrastructure in Turkey has been constructed by using this model. And then seeing again the success of it, and the government explored how other way of transferring the infrastructure development to private sector. And one of the areas was, of course, the privatizations. And there were a number of large infrastructure projects, like port projects, like some of the power plants or distribution, electricity or gas distribution projects, which was still under the management of the government authorities. And in order to get more financing resources, as well as professional management and know-how of the private sector, there has been a law introduced, transfer of operating rights, and with this there have been many privatizations are done. And currently, like Mersin Port, Izmir Port, Bandırma Port, all the electricity distribution companies and most of the gas distribution companies, and actually almost all, has been transferred to private sector by using this model. So having all these achievements and seeing the success of it, and good benefit of being able to finance these large infrastructure projects by using the different forms of PPPs, the government decided to use this model for the development of the large motorway projects, bridge projects, and our famous Eurasia Tunnel project. And of course, although the initial law of 396 was used, there have been areas which were missing. With the more complicated and technically more riskier projects, there were need for additional introduction of additional rules into this PPP model in order to make it successful, because not all risks were able to be carried by the private sector. For example, in the tunnel project, for unforeseen technical matters, this has to be taken by the government authorities. Earthquake is one area, for example, although it's force majeure. There is a part which can be insurable, there is a part which is uninsurable, and all those matters need to be taken by the government. In addition, because these projects are very large, step-in rights, direct agreement with the government authorities, those were the areas which were missing in the previous PPP models of Turkey, and all these were introduced in the system with the very first implementation of Eurasia Tunnel project, which became the role model for all the following large bridge motorway projects in Turkey, as well as the big Grand Istanbul Airport project, which has been already become operational. Once that is done, the government made a number of feasibilities, and as part of these feasibilities, one of the areas which needed development in Turkey was healthcare. And although there were, state was heavily involved in the provision of the healthcare, and private sector is still very small compared with the healthcare, compared with the public side, there has been need of renewal and upgrade of the existing public hospitals. And government made a number of feasibilities, and they have realized that if they try to do this with their own sources, this will take a lot of time and will require a big amount of resources. And as all governments, there needs to be rationalization of how the allocation of the government sources to be made. And from that point of view, PPP model served very well for the purpose of upgrade of the and renewal and replacement of the old hospitals in Turkey. And that is how we have been seeing the PPP program in the healthcare sector in Turkey established. And as I said, there has been a feasibility study done, and based on this, Turkey was much beyond the OECD standards, and to achieve a goal of reaching the OECD levels in a very short period of time, and with such a fast-moving program, Minister of Health decided to use the PPP model. However, I think the selection of the PPP model is, from that point of view, is really good. And now, especially with the COVID, you may imagine that government sources are heavily used for responding the needs of the economy. And when the governments are putting their all focus on fighting with the COVID and keeping the economy moving, despite of slowdowns because of the COVID and lockdowns because of the COVID, unfortunately, infrastructure investments in most of the countries either had to be postponed or cancelled, even in some cases. And this is, of course, understandable, because right now COVID is the crisis situation, and that's the most urgent thing to deal with it. So from that point of view, I think seeing the PPP experience and the good success of PPP model implementation in Turkey we see that this can be really a good model for the future implementation or achievement of the infrastructure development programs of the countries. And here, by just using the Turkish hospital PPP program, I just want to show why PPP. And of course, one of the very important incentive is basically instead of using the limited sources of the state, it's better to facilitate using the power or the access of the private sector to the financing for the PPP model is one very important reason for the selection of the PPP model. Of course, there are various other incentives for the usage of the PPP model, but with the current COVID, issues, I believe that for the future of the various countries, still PPP model can be the right model to be used for the realization of the PPP realization of the various infrastructure development projects. However, I want to show you one thing, which if I can find, I don't want to go over the whole PPP model with you, but what I wanted to emphasize is that, of course, not every project can be realized by using the PPP model. There has been various discussions going on, not just in Turkey, but probably all around the world, who is implementing the PPP model. And we have been already experiencing in some countries like UK or in some other countries who are already well advanced in the PPP model, whether PPP model is the right model. So I think here the important thing for all of us to know, of course, PPP model cannot be the right model for every project. There could be cases or projects that PPP model should be used, but there should be cases or projects that we need to still move on with the public procurement or public financing. And in order to determine this value for money methodology is really very important to decide for the authorities whether they should use the PPP model or public procurement model. And we have done this for the Turkish PPP hospital projects. Thanks to Ministry of Health, they have cooperated with us when we come up with the suggestion of development of the value for money methodology. I mean, one thing, of course, in Turkey, of course, before this PPP program put in place, there has been feasibility studies done. There has been a very long process of preparation of where the hospitals to be allocated, in what regions they should be serving, and all those kind of necessary background studies were done. And of course, the big motivation of the government and the Ministry of Health was the fast implementation of the projects, realization of the projects to come to life, and using professional project, private sector know-how for the implementation and operation of these projects. Still, from value for money methodology point of view, there were not very clear view. So we have appointed an advisor, and this advisor worked closely with the Ministry of Health. And as a result of this value for money methodology has been developed. And at the time, there were 15 projects which was already tendered. And this value for methodology has been used for each of these projects to calculate whether the PPP model is the right choice. Of course, normally this should have been done before these projects have been tendered, but in this case, we had to do it the other way around. And as a result of this, we have actually seen that the government really made the right choice, because this has provided something like 19–20% cost value for money advantage to the authority. And if they have been using the public model, this has been basically gone over the shoulders of the authority. Of course, I need to say that this value for money methodology is not just looking at what the financing cost of it or what's the cost of the project, but also it looks at all the alternative cost of or the value for the benefit which is obtained as a result of using the PPP model in terms of risk allocations, alternative cost of realization of the project, and so and there are various weightings allocated for each. Why I am especially stressing this out, first I want to give one clear message that not every project is suitable for the PPP model. In some cases there is no other way, but it needs to be done through the public sector, public procurement. But secondly, even if there is a principal decision of having the PPP model to be used, still there needs to be this value for methodology calculation to clearly see what is the real benefit. It doesn't have to be all monetary, but what is the real benefit of using the PPP model? And this also helps a lot when people or the various parties challenge the usage of the PPP model to show them a robust defense of the PPP choice as the right model, and answers various questions that some may come up with, that why didn't do it with the public sector procurement? Wouldn't it be cheaper? Wouldn't the government borrow cheaper, and things like that? So we have actually already proven this in the Turkish hospital PPP program by having these calculations done for each of the projects with the value for money methodology. So from this, as you have seen, as EBRD, although of course we are providing financing to various projects, our role in the countries of operations we are operating is not just providing financing. Actually, what we use a kind of like three-pillar structure, as you have seen here. On the one side, we closely work with the authorities in order, we call it policy dialogue, for the development of strong institutional and regulatory frameworks. This is really necessary, especially in the usage of PPP program, because if you don't have the full regulatory system in place, if you don't have the institutional capacity to implement these projects will have difficulties or even may fail. So that's why it is really important to have the necessary preparations before these projects have been put into the program. So with that, we have worked very closely with the Minister of Health as well as Minister of Treasury Finance to fulfill the gaps in the regulatory side for the implementation of the PPP model in the healthcare system. And we also proposed to provide support for the capacity development in the Ministry of Health, because one of the important things for any country, PPP programs are long life programs. I mean, for example, just the healthcare case, it is 25-year plus 3-year construction, it's a 28-year of marriage. While, for example, in the Eurasia Tunnel, this is over 30 years. So it's a very long-term marriage of authority with the private sector. And that's why you really need to have the capacity building in the institutions who are using the PPP model, so that this long life marriage doesn't have any hiccups. And it is really public and private working together and doing a project together. You really need to have not just the regulatory framework, in place, but also a good institutional capacity in the authority with the background knowledge, the memory of the process, and good understanding of the model in order to sort out the issues in a smoothly during this marriage time. Because I mean, the world is changing, the conditions are changing. It is obvious that there might be issues or problems which may come up, and this can be only sorted out with good regulatory basis as well as good institutional capacity. So from that point of view, as EBRD, we are very actively involved in Turkey from the policy dialogue side. And also, of course, we provide technical cooperation. And for example, this value for money methodology, we have provided support to Ministry of Health is a good example of this. We use grants from some donor funds for the appointment of the advisors and for the running of this kind of exercises for the authorities, so that it is not really any cost or shared cost with the authorities in order to facilitate the implementation of the program. And then finally, of course, providing the financing, either that or equity, or like in the case of one of the PPP hospital projects, Elazığ PPP, maybe you have heard in the past, also credit enhancement tool we have developed was another instrument which we have used for supporting the project. So we can be taking the different heads in order to support the project depending on the need of the project. So that's a kind of good example of our EBRD support in the countries of operation, and by using the PPP model as a case study. I'd like to end here, Eyüp. I mean, you tell me, I mean, I can talk hours and hours. I don't know whether you want me to mention about the issues which we have come across in Turkey, or should we stop here and take questions? How shall we do?
It's great. Thank you very much. It's on time, and it's a very good summary for EBRD investment in Turkey and the types of PPP projects which the government choose actually last 10 years. Do you want to say something about what happened during just a couple of minutes, what happened during COVID time in Turkish PPP projects and from EBRD perspective?
Sure. Actually, during COVID times, I need to say probably we are so much thankful to, for example, the healthcare PPP program, because with this we have 18 hospitals were in the program. I should have somewhere the list of this. Yeah, this is the list. And can you imagine when you have the COVID, having a good performing healthcare system is critical. Probably you have seen or heard many countries, even they are developed countries, who have been having issues with their capacity when it comes to healthcare infrastructure to fight with the COVID. While we didn't really, thanks God, we didn't really have such kind of experience in Turkey. And I think the hospital projects which have been become operational already before the COVID crisis were very critical in that respect to deal with this COVID fight. And Ministry of Health put all the PPP hospital projects which were already operational as the centers of COVID fight. And these already provided a very up-to-date technology, standards, infrastructure to deal with the COVID, and none of Turkish citizens really have been lacking have the medical care when it comes to COVID. And some of these hospitals here were actually, none of these hospitals by the way was for the purpose of increasing the capacity, but rather renewal of the existing public hospital projects, because they were really old. Some of them were even 100-year-old. And now with these hospital projects, put in place and become operational already with the high standards of and necessary technical equipment and very modern technology, it was very critical to fight with the COVID in Turkey. So that already gave a very good benefit to Turkish citizens. And without using the PPP program, I wonder how it would have been possible to realize such a large capacity with almost 30,000 beds capacity, which is fully modern, equipped, and full technologically equipped hospitals. Coming to other PPPs, of course, airports or the motorways and bridges suffered out of the PPP hospitals. Especially in the case of airports, because of the shutdown and lockdown, they are suffering like all other countries. And from that point of view, currently DHMI, who is the airport authority, is working on a structure and solution to deal with this, how to maybe postpone the concession fee payments so that these projects can survive. In the case of transportation, because of the minimum traffic guarantees put in place by the authorities, those projects are able to maintain their operations with no problem and no issues with the debt services for the project financings they have. But of course, traffic has been very largely reduced, which is making this project suffer from revenue point of view. But these are the times where a PPP model again works, because it's a good risk sharing in a way, because this kind of unforeseen force majeure, I would call it, cases cannot be foreseen by the private sector and cannot be fully taken on the shoulders by the private sector, where that is the time that authorities come on board in order to support these projects. So that's how I can say the COVID experience with the PPP model implementation in Turkey.
Thank you, Shule. And we have some participants from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan that I know you are very active as EBRD, you are very active in that market, in CIS market. So, for example, in Kazakhstan, I know there are a lot of PPP projects which will be realized by PPP. So our participant asking about the presentation, I know generally you share it, but I don't know, maybe you would like to change or you would like to, fine tuning. And if you share, it will be available on the website by Monday,
sure.
Next Monday.
Sure, happy to provide it. And probably, I mean, for example, with Uzbekistan, we have actually already do one webinar with the authorities of Uzbekistan, and they have already seen some of the slides we have here, but I'm happy to share it for the other participants who would like to benefit. And happy to answer any kind of question.
Thank you. By the way, before closing this session, Shule, now we have a country session, afternoon country session, and we will listen Ukraine, which is very active in PPP market, and Tanzania and Kenya experiences from African countries. And after the country session, we have an afternoon panel, and Jean-Patrick will be there.
I saw his name in the participants, and actually I would be looking forward to listening him as well, because he is one of our great supporters. When he was our managing director for Turkey, he has spent a lot of efforts in order to make the Turkish hospital PPP program realized in Turkey as well.
When Jean-Patrick was the head of EBRD in Turkey, it was 2015. He was one of the PPP Week speakers, and he is a PPP Week alumni. So we are also very excited to listen him. Yes. So thank you very much, Shule, for your contribution and for your participation.
Thank you very much. All the best. Bye-bye. Teşekkürler herkese. Umarım iyiydi. Görüşmek üzere. Kendinize iyi bakın.
Of the annual Istanbul PPP Week. My name is Nezihan. I am a project finance lawyer in Erdem Law Firm. I'm experienced in PPP projects, especially in healthcare sector in Turkey. So far in this virtual PPP Week, we talk about the last trends, opportunities for PPP projects, sustainability in infrastructure business, financing and legal framework. Today's topic is the impact of the pandemic over the investments. So now in this country room session, we have remarkable panelists to tell us on the impacts of the COVID-19 on PPP projects in Ukraine and Tanzania, and hopefully Kenya will join us afterwards. We also would like to hear from them about the pipeline in their jurisdictions and whether they have any assessment in their pipelines after the pandemic. As we have limited time, let's immediately start. We will first listen from Julia Skubak and Nico from Ukraine. I would appreciate it if you could first introduce yourself to our audience. Thank you. Julia, the floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Julia Skubak. I'm the Director of Investment Department in the Ministry for Development of Economy, Trade and Agriculture. In my department, there are PPP unit, which is actually is responsible for PPP policy making. And right now, I'd like, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for organizing such event. And actually, I can't imagine my year without PPP Week. And even if it is virtual, it is great that you did it. And we have an opportunity to discuss some issues during a pandemic, which we actually chose. And what about Ukraine? Right now in Ukraine, our priority is PPP projects. And we already signed 2 contracts in Kherson and Olivia. And but first of all, I would like to tell you about our ministry, and our main goal is policy making. But as we well understood, it is a long way to get a good legislation. And if you want to get good legislation, you have to do actually something. And the main what we learned, it is learn by doing. Actually, what we get from Turkish side, this was. And what actually happened last year, it was adoption of new legislation, new concession law. And it is really the balance of interest of stakeholders. And the main for us, it was that it harmonized with our main PPP law. Right now, concession and PPP law, all procedure is in one line, actually, and it is really great. But we understand that having good law is not enough. And this year, actually, my ministry worked a lot on bylaws. And we already adopted a lot of them. And actually, we've done all what was needed. Now, as we understand, the main goal right now is to prepare new projects. As I said before, we already assigned 2 PPP, concession contracts on Kherson and Olivia Seaport. It is really great that we've, even in these times, we've got signed contracts. And I remember 2018 when I took part in a PPP week in Istanbul that year, when I only told about it, that we're preparing them. And right now it is already signed. And actually, I think the main part it is to talk about new PPP projects. And to prepare such PPP projects, we got a recommendation of IFC to create a PPP agency. And it is under our Ministry of Economy. And the main goal of this PPP agency is to prepare PPP projects and capacity building. And I think that it is better if about project will tell its director, Nicole Gachialadze. You are welcome, Nicole. Please tell us about common projects and our actual pipeline for next 2 years, I think.
Thank you, Yulia, for the introduction. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Nicole Gachialadze. I'm currently the director of the PPP agency. And firstly, I would like to express my gratitude to the team of Istanbul PPP Week for such great event and for such possibility to provide information about PPP project opportunities in Ukraine. Recently, Ukrainian government, together with International Financial Corporation and Global Infrastructure Facility, have prepared and presented the new PPP road program. The purpose of such program is to engage the private sector to upgrade and ensure long-term maintenance of 1,400 kilometers of the Ukrainian existing road network through PPP contracts. For more information, please watch the video presentation of the program.
Despite significant challenges, Ukraine continues to transform its economy to emerge as a dynamic investment hub. Through its association agreement with the European Union, the country is improving its legislative framework and business-enabling environment. Transport infrastructure is one of the key sectors of Ukraine's economy, accounting for 6% of the country's GDP. As the second largest country in Europe, Ukraine relies on its transport sector to propel the nation's economic growth trajectory. Road infrastructure, the backbone of Ukraine's transport ecosystem, requires massive investment. Around 90% of the road network needs improvement. The recently created Road Fund provides a stable source of revenue for road rehabilitation and maintenance. As the government aims to connect the country through modern highways, several thousand kilometers of roads have already been upgraded under the Great Construction Initiative. However, public investment alone is not able to bridge the investment gap. That is why, with the support of the IFC and in partnership with the Global Infrastructure Facility and the World Bank, Ukraine is developing a systematic approach to engage the private sector through a public-private partnership model. The model will be implemented through a phased program of PPP projects covering several thousand kilometers of national highways operated by private investors under long-term performance-based contracts. Road PPPs will mobilize much-needed private investment and ensure sustainability of Ukraine's road infrastructure. At the core of the program is a specific type of PPP based on availability payments. Roads upgraded and operated under this model provide an optimal combination of quality service for users, predictability for the state budget, and attractive returns for private investors. This type of procurement is widely and successfully adopted by governments around the world. Along with their international partners, the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine and Ukravtodor assessed almost 2,000 road segments and selected 21 potential PPP projects. The program is expected to be implemented in 3 phases over the next few years. As Ukraine continues its push to emerge as a top destination for investment, it is looking at PPPs as an effective means to achieve this goal. In the summer of 2020, the government signed 2 landmark agreements with prominent international investors who will implement the country's first long-term concessions in the port sector. A phased program of well-structured road PPP projects will be Ukraine's next big success story. Partner with Ukraine today for the sake of better roads tomorrow.
So the pre-feasibility study has been already prepared with support of IFC and GIF, and we hope that next spring we will have the feasibility study ready, And in autumn, the tender for the first roads will be announced. So also in the same time, government in Ukraine is very interested in the continuation of the success from the first port concessions and currently working on the new projects in port infrastructure. We, PPP agency, find the next projects that could be interesting for the private investors and the most interesting for the private investors and can be in the Chernomorsk seaport. The first one is a ferry terminal with great potential for development of the Silk Road logistics facilities. Such facility can handle rail and auto ferry lines as well as ro-ro vessels. It's also highly marginal operation business with unused capacity, and existing facilities are in good condition. Rail and road access available as well as around 10 meters of depth. Also, this terminal is a part of the ferry lines functioning on the Black Sea and the new Silk Trade Corridor. The pre-feasibility study was already prepared and approved, and now the PPP agency with Spilno and the USPA, in Ministry of Infrastructure, are working on the feasibility study together. The second project in Chernomorsk seaport is concession of the container terminal. We think such project can be interesting for private investors because it is one of the few remaining opportunities for container business development in Chernomorsk seaport. It also has great location at the intersection of major transport corridors, industrial areas, and key sea routes. Has significant potential and unused handling capacity, and has 6 berths with up to 15 meters depth. The project is currently at the stage of the development of pre-feasibility study, and we hope that in the end of the next year we will have tender, the finalization of the tender. Also, government in Ukraine is working on the pilot projects in the concession of the railway station. 7 railway stations, including main railway stations of the Ukrainian largest cities, Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Dnipro, with 48 million passengers in 2019, were selected by the state railway company Ukrzaliznytsia for the potential pilot concessions. Preliminary, its total capex around 150 million USD, $150 million, and term of concession is 25 years. The pre-feasibility study has been finished and currently in the process of the finalization and approval. In the same time, the government of Ukraine made the priority the development of the regional airports. Before the pandemic, the Ukrainian airport passenger traffic has doubled in the last 5 years. The PPP agency, together with our partners, have started working on the pre-feasibility study for pilot projects that and has prepared 3 pilot regional airports. But due to pandemic, the future realization of the projects is not very feasible at this time, and we hope that the pandemic will end and we will be able to implement them when the market will be ready for such projects. Also, PPP agency is working on the implementation of the regional projects. For example, together with local authorities, we have developed the PPP project construction of the underground multi-level parking in the biggest city of the Western Ukraine. The project is currently at the stage of feasibility study and required to pass approval and market sounding. It has great potential for multiplication because the parkings in big cities is very necessary in practically all of them. Also, PPP agency and our partners are working closely with international experts in the development of the proper scheme for the model for the implementation of the PPP projects in the healthcare in the healthcare sector. That was very briefly all the our plans for the development of the PPP of Ukraine for now. And we hope that our project experience will be interesting for you. If you have any additional questions, we can feel free to ask them, or just you can send an email and we will gladly respond to you.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thanks a lot. This was really comprehensive and encouraging, actually. I'm really happy to hear that you just amended your legislation and last year, and the PPP projects in Ukraine are rapidly growing despite the pandemic, especially in airports, roads, and seaports. I don't see any question coming right now, but, oh, okay, sorry. I think we have a few questions. Let me just wrap up one of it. The first question is this: Ukraine government will use availability payment mechanism to guarantee the concessions, and we know that IFC will support the projects. Do you know what is the role of IFC for private investors to finance the projects, especially road PPPs?
Once again, what the role of IFC with private investors?
Yes, to finance the projects, especially in road projects.
I think it's better to ask IFC because it's very, but as to my knowledge, they help to develop this model. They help with their expertise, international approach to develop such model where the road PPP program will be feasible and interesting for investors. I think they're to making some contacts with possible private investors that are interested in the road program of Ukraine in order to understand what they really need and what conditions they would like to come to Ukraine to invest their funds to Ukraine, to become private partner with the partnership of the government. So I think this is their role, but I think it's better to ask them.
Okay, thank you. And we have another question. Actually, this is always the question for all the countries, I guess. Would the government guarantees be provided for the PPP projects?
The government, according to the new legislation, the government guarantees that the international arbitration there will be possible. Also, there can be guarantees, but we see that the projects that require private investment should be like more. The majority of the risks of the capital investment should be more the private investors, not the government side. But there is possibility, I think, in other aspects, because we have also new legislation regarding the investment with significant proportion, with significant projects with significant investments that could provide additional guarantee for the for the companies that would like to invest in Ukraine more than, I think, $30 million or something, but I'm not sure because it's not, it doesn't have the final version adopted yet, but it will be probably soon. So for now, I think this is.
Okay, thank you so much, Nico. We have another question. I think Julia just mentioned about it at the very beginning of the presentation. Would the government, sorry, do you have a PPP unit? I think you have, right?
We have Ministry of the Development of Economy, Trade and Agriculture, who is the main body of the in the central, as a central executive body, which have the department of the investment department, which is headed by Julia, and which has the PPP unit, who is responsible for the legislation, policy, implementation, monitoring. And our agency is another organization who is under the Ministry of Economy, who is just working on the preparation of the PPP projects, support of the public entities, with preparation of the PPP projects. So in order to exclude the conflict of interest between PPP unit, who has the approval mandate, and the PPP agency who is preparing them according to the IFC recommendations, of course.
Okay, thank you so much, Nico. Would you mind if you would share your presentation in our website?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks a lot for your presentation. And our next panelist is Vomini from Tanzania. Let's hear what Vomini has to say about PPP pipeline. The floor is yours, Vomini.
Thank you so much, Nazihe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Just connecting the screen. So my name is Wamini Mohammed. I am from Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, which serves as the apex body of the private sector in Tanzania, championing private sector-led economic development and bringing together the private sector. I am the head of the PPP window at Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. But before I begin my presentation, I'd like to thank the organizers for organizing the 5th Istanbul PPP Week virtually. The event has enabled more people to participate, and I'm happy to be a panelist in this session. In the beginning of this panel discussion, you mentioned that you wanted our view, our take on how the pandemic has impacted PPPs in Tanzania. So we understand that the pandemic was unpredictable. It has affected everyone. And right now we see that the pandemic has not only affected governments across the world, it has it has created a shift in the investor mindset. We see investors being more selective and opting for less risk, while the public sector is also very cautious as a result of the pandemic. And we expect changes in the design of PPPs. You'll see later in the presentations where in Tanzania we have markets, public markets, as part of our pipeline projects. So we expect PPPs. You might find prior, we didn't consider ventilation as an important, it's just an anticipation, but right now with the COVID-19, we have to ensure that our infrastructure considers this new normal in the design and execution. So we also anticipate changes in the delivery of PPP in terms of timeline. We see now investors going for shorter, less risk. So we expect a shorter procurement. These are some of our anticipations. But before I did dive into impacts of COVID and PPP, I'll begin talking about the contribution of TPSF in public-private partnership projects. So TPSF, since our establishment in 4th November 1998, today we are celebrating our 22nd birthday as an institution. We have supported PPPs. We have a PPP window, and we were very instrumental in the establishment of in the formulation of the PPP law in Tanzania. Throughout the years, we have, in consultation with the government, Tanzania has developed a very rigorous policy, legal, and regulatory framework, where we have a PPP policy of 2009. We have a PPP law that was amended 3 times. The latest amendment was last done in 2018. We have PPP regulations, which are released this year, and we have various guidelines. Noting that Tanzania is a union of 2 countries, Tanganyika and Zanzibar. Zanzibar also reciprocates similar policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks. They just have them at a different timeline. There are also other legislatures that have been enacted over the years to support PPPs. We can witness that we have a new Arbitration Act, the Procurement Act, the Tax and Investment Laws, the social and environmental laws, all of them to protect PPP investments in the country. And in operations, our PPP are at national level, and we have some at local government level. As for the project pipelines, we have projects which are first movers, which are at a later stage of preparation and they're ready for procurement. So we have those which are at national level, they're headed by the PPP Center, and we have those at municipal level, which are headed by the PPP nodes, the local government authority. A few sectors include the bus rapid transport, PPP, which is currently under procurement. Here in Dar es Salaam, they're famously known as Mwendo Kasi. In the mainland Tanzania, we have 4 student hostels, we have 13 markets, we have bus terminals, the 3 solid management waste projects which have been approved for market sounding and feasibility. We have projects around sanitation and water supply. And in Zanzibar, we have 13, where 13 of them are they're going for feasibility. I want to take you through the PPP website. Nezihe, can you see it?
We are still seeing your presentation.
Okay, you're still seeing the presentation, you're not seeing the website?
No.
Okay, let me see how to shuffle this quickly. Just a second, new shared screen here. Can you see it now?
Yes, now we can see.
Okay, perfect, thanks. So this is the PPP website for Zanzibar. As I mentioned before, Tanzania is a union of 2 countries, Tanganyika and Zanzibar. So Zanzibar also has a PPP website, and they also have a portal information. So when you go to www.zpp.go.tz, I'll provide these links later. You'll find the sources and information that you require to understand the status of PPP projects in the mainland and Zanzibar in respective websites. So as you see, 93% of the projects are at the identification phase, 7% are at preparations. In Zanzibar, they have some on trade, the markets, solid management, water, student hostels, bulk liquid. You can also get the necessary updates on each project. This is all in spirit to ensure that there is transparency and access to information. If I were to go back to my presentation, just a second. Okay. The local government authorities trial market sounding is on. As I took you through the projects, they are going to organize a market sounding virtually very soon. As a result of COVID, it was supposed to be held physically, but they have adjusted and they will hold virtual market sounding events. And the aim of this is to test the appetite of the local investors and banks to test their appetite for the PPP projects. So those first mover projects, both in the mainland and Zanzibar, those under procurement, all of these will be exhibited in the market sounding event. A few key takeaways from Tanzania, being from the private sector, we're very strong about PPPs. Tanzania has an enabling business environment, an enabling investment climate brought around by macroeconomic stability, peace and security, many other lucrative incentives to attract investors to invest in PPPs in Tanzania. But some of the areas that we see we need more work on is capacity development. We're confident in the ability of the public sector to undertake PPP. They have undergone capacity development at a ministry level, at a local government. In both the mainland and Zanzibar, we have seen trainings that have been done until at a local government level with community leaders. But a lot more needs to be done because with PPP projects, each sector has specific needs. So these capacity building programs need to customize them. They need to go with the trend of the unpredictability because times call for different needs, and each sector has its own needs, and these need to be considered in the capacity development. But we are very strong about transparency because it enhances accountability, and it improves investor confidence, and it lowers the project costs. TPSF, as a private sector organization in Tanzania, is very strong about governance, and through transparency, it can help, as I said, increase ownership, improve investor confidence. It can also help build the trust, which is very much needed between the public sector and the private sector. But last but not least, I saved this lastly because an area of strength for TPSF is stakeholder engagement. We're very strong in dialogue, and we strongly believe in dialogue, both structured and unstructured. We start with public-private dialogue where internally we reach a consensus and we align our agendas and for submission in the public-private dialogue with the public sector. And we have dialogue platforms with different ministries. And right now through the PPP window, we aim to enhance to ensure that there are structured platforms for dialogue with the government on PPP matters. Maybe a call to the private sector across borders, to other institutions, to diplomatic members of the diplomatic corps, because we closely work with the commercial attaches. Through the window, we are ready to partner with all these institutions to not only enhance the capacity and improve private sector participation in PPP projects, but through economic diplomacy, which is again through the commercial attaches, we are ready to ensure that the private sector is strategically placed to partner with everyone across the globe towards enhancing and ensuring efficiency PPPs, and perhaps in the near future and resolutions of this PPP week in the 5th PPP week in Istanbul, we can together structure how to go forward in having resilient PPP efficiency agenda in the world. That's it from me. Thank you so much. Should you need any information, I'll share my contacts with you guys. If you have any clarifications, I'm ready to respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, happy 22nd birthday for your company.
Thank you so much.
As a lawyer, I was focused on the legislation side, and that's interesting that you are all set on legislation base. I mean, in arbitration, tax, social, and environment. That's really nice to hear. Another interesting point for me is the market sounding events. Maybe we should learn more about those events. I mean, it's really interesting, and I'm sure that it will improve our experiences from the past experiences. And as you told, we all have so much to do, but by these events, we exchange our knowledge. So this, I believe that this helps a lot to each other. Thanks a lot for your detailed explanations. And our next panelist is Leperin. Leperin, hi, can you hear us? Yes, we can see you right now.
You can see me?
Hello, yes, we can see and hear you.
I hope I'm speaking to Naziha Boran. I pronounced it rightly.
That's me.
Yeah, we are putting on masks because we are operating in the new normal. These are unique times, unprecedented times. Yes, and we will be ready to do our presentation in the next 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Yeah.
Leperin, you can start.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for my secretariat to share the
okay.
slide.
Sorry. The line is cutting off. I didn't hear that. Sorry for that.
Yeah, I said I'll be ready in the next 15 minutes. So with your permission, maybe panelists and delegates could take a few minutes break, then we reconvene. 15 minutes.
Okay, then we can have a break for a few minutes. if you want. Okay,
Yes.
let's not close our windows and just close our videos and unmute. Okay, we will wait for your instruction. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Or
yes.
one minute. Okay, Nico. So in Turkey, we have so many financing models in PPP projects. For example, in one of the healthcare campus projects, we use the bonds as a the financing of the health campus projects. Have you ever tried any capital market instruments for your financing in PPP projects?
We have experienced some cities have experience in, for example, Lviv city, whose PPP agency is partners now in developing some projects, including healthcare projects, have the experience in issuing bonds for the infrastructure modernization, for like road reconstruction or some other infrastructure needs. So like region, they have already internationally acclaimed ratings, I think Fitch ratings or something like this. I don't remember, but I think both Fitch and also. But your experience in modernization of the healthcare facilities is tremendous. We have the Ukrainian Turkish working group. I think Julia can say more because it's ministries working group. And the amount, your experience and what you have succeeded in modernization of your health system, yes, it's really great. And we are trying to introduce your experience in our reality, but it's like we're just in the beginning of the way, so it's early. I can't now say for sure how it would be done in our case.
Thank you so much for your feedback. We really appreciate it. Of course, we can exchange every time our experiences for sure. I mean, especially during the pandemic, the health campus projects help a lot to the country. We use those hospitals as pandemic hospitals, and they were all equipped well. So yes, this was really helpful during the pandemic. I mean, the same question is also for you, as we are waiting for Leperan to prepare his screen. Can you also tell us if you are aware that if you have experienced any alternative financing models in your country, in Tanzania?
Hello, Nazihe, thank you so much. At the moment, we mostly rely on local banks, IFIs, the pension funds, and a few IFIs. But in the future, we hope that, we look forward to expanding, perhaps looking at multinationals, bringing on board the multinationals on board. So that is my opinion at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And would you also mind if we would share your presentation in the website of PPP Center of Excellence? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Please, I'll do that. I'll share it to the executive team. Is that okay? Daria,
okay.
Yes,
perfect.
You sent me an email, so I'll send it to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm checking if we have any questions for you, but I see that we didn't have any. So we will wait a few more minutes for Leperan. Thank you for your patience.
Lopran, we cannot hear you. I think your mic has a problem.
Can you hear me now?
No,
Yes.
now it's okay. It's okay.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen. No problem.
Thank you very much. Yeah, our sincere apologies. We had actually planned ourselves to start our presentation at 15:25 hours. Unfortunately, it seems the earlier panelists were faster than we were. Nonetheless, here we come. Istanbul PPP Week. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Leparan Morintat, the CEO of National Oil Corporation. And I think we are glad to present the PPP, the state of PPP here in Kenya and the PPP pipeline. And with the permission of Boran, we can proceed to the next slide.
Yes, sure, Leparan. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
So in this presentation, I will give us a brief overview of Kenya, our main anchor vision, which is Vision 2030, and how we have repackaged the Vision 2030 in the current administration into the Big Four agenda. Then I will briefly tell us who National Oil Corporation is. And then we go now into the main agenda of the state of the PPP here in Kenya, PPP opportunities, and before we close. And so next slide. So the economy of Kenya is a liberalized economy. It's a completely liberalized economy. We have a lot of private sector players in the country, even though we have a few state enterprises like the National Oil. Major industries that we can participate in is in the agriculture, forestry, fishing, mining, manufacturing, energy, tourism, and financial services. I think we now also have a very robust, other ICT, industry that we can also participate in PPP. Kenya's economy grew by 5.6% GDP last year compared to the previous year where we grew by 6.3%. Nonetheless, Kenya is still in the top 10 fastest growing economies in Africa. And we have a very young population, a very rapidly rising middle class. And I think we are endowed with one of the best human resource capacities in terms of, our educational system and our professionals trained and available personnel in the country to support private sector and government. We project that the economy will grow by 6.1% this year. Now, Kenya developed what we called our development blueprint, which we called Vision 2030, whose objective is to transform Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country by the year 2030. And generally, we are guided by three pillars: economic, social, and political. In terms of economic development, we aspire to constantly have a double-digit economic growth year by year. We aim to make Kenya a just and cohesive society for social equity, and we aim to realize a democratic political system founded on issues and not and guided by the rule of law. Now, how we have repackaged this in the current Jubilee administration is that we have the Big Four agenda, which is anchored within the Vision 2030, And primarily the Big Four agenda is that we aspire to, transform Kenya into a country that provides universal healthcare to all its citizens, support manufacturing, move Kenya into a country where everybody has housing by establishment of a robust, affordable housing scheme, and transform the agricultural sector in order to attain food security. And who is National Oil Corporation? We are a wholly state-owned private company operating in upstream and downstream sectors of the economy. We were founded in 1981. We began our operations in 1984. And in 1988, we were given an expanded mandate to ensure that we bring 30% of petroleum requirements into the country. And that is by making sure that Kenya has an open tender system for importing petroleum products into the country. And national oil plays a critical role in that it provides 30% of country's petroleum requirements. In the mid-90s up to the 2000s, as I told you, the country became liberalized. In the mid-20s to currently, now we have an overhaul of the board and management of the company so that we run purely as a private company, even though we are 100% wholly owned by the state. And our vision and mandate is to be a leading integrated oil and gas company for Kenya and for the larger Eastern Africa and Great Lakes region. And how we intend to do that is through resource stewardship, through financial stewardship, through investing in people, and through providing leadership in the oil and gas sector in the region. And we are now embarking into a very exciting part of our journey. As you can see from the slide that has been shared, we have an integrated upstream support service function. We are doing oil and gas exploration, both as operator and as participating in interest in all the exploration blocks in the country. We are supporting import of bulk petroleum products, and soon when Kenya becomes an exporting country, we will still participate in that space as an exporter. We want eventually to build our refining capacities and petrochemicals industry in Kenya, and look also downstream to grow our footprints in the retail sector. And in a nutshell, that summarizes our business. We are into fuels, LPG, lubricants, and upstream oil and gas. In upstream, we undertake oil and gas exploration activities directly or through partners. And currently, we are the operator of Block 14T. And we are the holder of the government back-in rights at the FID stage in every exploration blocks in Kenya. And the developing capacity in terms of local content development is a function that National Oil Corporation holds dearly, and we do that through a capacity development for training of Kenyans in order to fully participate in local content for upstream oil and gas. Now, what is the state of PPP in Kenya? PPP in Kenya is anchored in law. We have a Public-Private Partnerships Act, which was enacted under legal notice number 15 of 2013. It was enacted in 2014. And we have Public-Private Partnership Regulations also, which came into force in 2014. And through the PPP Act and the regulations, a Public-Private Partnerships Committee has been set up, and a Public-Private Partnerships Unit has also been set up. They all sit under the Ministry of the National Treasury, or what in other jurisdictions you would call the Ministry of Finance. And the key or critical part or component of the PPP unit as provided for is to facilitate project fund. It's a public entity that prepares for projects to proceed to tender if that is the case. And a number of projects across all sectors in the country have been set aside for public-private partnership participation. The PPP pipeline in Kenya, how it works is that where a public good is required, and it's ordinarily the function of the state to provide, the state can enter into a public-private partnership either through an open tender system or through what you would call PIIP, or privately initiated investment proposals. And there are a lot of opportunities in the PPP, in the oil and gas sector, both in the exploration of petroleum. There are opportunities along processing, along logistics, and along marketing. And in the oil and gas projects that most likely would be appetizing for us today is that we have a number of projects lined up, either for crude, either for petroleum products, either for LPG, or natural gas space. And infrastructure requirements for crude, as you are aware, Kenya has discovered crude in Lokicha Basin, courtesy of Talo and partners. And the discovery fields are over 800 kilometers onshore of the nearest port. And so those are opportunities for crude oil pipelines. And this is an opportunity that can be done as a PPP project. And general infrastructure requirements for white products is that we have pipeline opportunities for expanding pipelines from currently where the pipeline is. There are opportunities around development of new depots, and there are opportunities around rail tanks and rail cars. We also have opportunities around development of LPG storage facilities, both in Mombasa and inland. And we have opportunities for natural gas in terms of pipeline development from Tanga in Tanzania to Mombasa, and also in-country gas pipelines development. There are opportunities for natural gas LNG terminals. There are opportunities around FSRU. As you know, FSRU is an option that you can utilize pending the development of terminals. And once the natural gas is available in the country, then there are numerous opportunities around petrochemical industry development on PPP framework. And Kenya has set aside a sizable chunk of land for special economic zones in a place called Dongokundu. Within the National Oil Corporation, we are working on modernizing our petroleum data center and geochemical and petrophysical laboratory using a public-private partnership framework. We are looking at working on us importing gas into the country using a public-private partnership and developing LNG facilities. We are looking at development of an SBM jetty for petroleum imports, petroleum product storage terminal in Mombasa and inland. And in downstream, we are looking at petroleum tracking on PPP framework, LPG plants and bottling facilities, and LPG reticulation services for households on PPP frameworks, particularly as we move towards the Agenda 4 item under provision of affordable housing. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Reverend, thank you so much for the presentation. This was really helpful to at least see the overview in Kenya. And it is really interesting to hear about Kenya's Big Four plan and the vision of 2030. Sorry, you are on mute.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you very much, Nazir. It's been a pleasure for us as National Oil Corporation to speak in this convention, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Lepren. I mean, considering all the valuable information that we have received in this panel, my first impression from the presentation is that each country stands in different levels of the processes with different approaches. I'm sure that such a diversity will help us to expand our future pipeline in respect of the PPP projects. Thanks a lot, Lepren. And I also would like to say that for the last 3 days, I have a great opportunity to meet with valuable PPP experts. Thanks to all my panelists for their distinguished and comprehensive presentations. I believe that we have so much to learn from each other's experiences, but this session was really helpful to see at least the surface. Istanbul PPP Week has become a traditional November event each year, with the diversity of the participants for over more than 40 countries, I guess. Next year, we hope to welcome you all in our beautiful city, Istanbul, in person, face-to-face, instead of through a virtual platform. And special thanks to Dr. Eyüp Bey and the team of Istanbul PPP Center of Excellence and DEİK for their efforts to build this community. I don't see any questions coming. Eyüp Bey, would you like to ask any questions?
Thank you, Nezihe Hanım. Thank you very much. We have upcoming session, it's 3:45, so we have half an hour.
Okay, perfect.
Maybe it could be a good break because
Yes.
it was a very busy day for all of our participants.
Yes. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you.
from Washington, D.C. Good afternoon from Istanbul, and a welcome to everyone who's come to join our conference, where we're going to be looking in this session at the future generation of public-private partnerships and projects and what we should expect. And as you know, the focus has been on the post-pandemic world that we are focusing on. We've all been very focused on what the world is going to look like with the pandemic, and I think we all know that. But now we're going to be exploring with our panelists this morning or this afternoon, wherever you're located, the opportunities, the future forward-looking ideas that will influence the practice of PPPs, I think, for the next generation at least. My name is David Baxter. I am a longtime collaborator with the PPP Center of Excellence in Istanbul's conferences. This is the 5th one that I have co-chaired along with Dr. Ayub, and I am also a member of the World Association of Public-Private Partnership units and members, so it's called WAP. And then directly, I also work with the International Sustainable Resilience Center, which is affiliated with the UNEC PPP Center of Excellence in Geneva. I have been practicing PPPs for many years. I'm originally from South Africa, if you wonder where the accent is, and currently I live in Washington, D.C. But I've worked on public-private partnerships in, I think at the last count, over 40 countries with many, many different institutions, both on the public and the private sector. I'm going to hand over to our 2 panelists to introduce themselves. We start with Chris first, and then JP, if you could introduce yourself immediately after Chris.
Hi, my name's Chris Heathcote. I've been a PPP practitioner now for over 30 years. I started my career in the UK in the mid-90s, where we were starting to try and use private finance to meet the needs of our public sector investment profile. And that was largely, in those days, social infrastructure. And we had very large programs of hospitals, prisons, but also transport infrastructure as well. Since then, I've been fortunate enough to be able to work in many countries around the world, including Australia, South Africa, the Middle East, a number of projects in Turkey. In fact, I've financed airports, roads, railways, and tunnels in Turkey. A very happy time. More recently, I've been working less on the banking side of the business, but more looking at the public sector side. I spent a bit of time working for Her Majesty's Treasury in the early 2000s, working with Gordon Brown in the Treasury at that point. And more recently, I was the inaugural CEO of the Global Infrastructure Hub, which was an entity set up by the G20 to pass information around the market and become an arbiter for best practice in PPP. And that was a very enjoyable 3.5 years with many colleagues, including Mujta, who's helping to organize the conference here today. My experience has been both pure PPPs, but also utility and regulated utility space. So I've covered or worn many different hats in my period. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean-Patrick.
Thanks, David. Well, it's a pleasure to be back at the Istanbul PPP Week, even though it's remotely this time round. As quite a few in the audience may remember, I've been many years in Turkey, where I was the managing director for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, staying 3 years. And I have to say that those 3 years in Turkey have been the best in my professional life. So great projects, great people, great atmosphere. So really, really enjoyable. After leaving Turkey, I returned to London to run the infrastructure department of the EBRD. And since 2018, I'm now based in Switzerland, Geneva, where I split my time between the World Economic Forum. I've been a member of the Global Future Council, which is a think tank focusing on infrastructure for the last 3 years. Very interesting group of people thinking about, the big issues of the time and doing some perspective on where the sector is going. And I will, of course, talk a bit about this in my presentation. And also, I'm collaborating with the UN Economic Commission for Europe. I've been leading a working group designing an evaluation tool to measure the contribution of infrastructure PPPs to the Sustainable Development Goals. And I will talk a bit more about that too. A very interesting exercise that the UN has kickstarted and which I hope can come to fruition in the next few months. So today I will do a bit of perspective in my presentation, and again, it's really great to be with you all today. David.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share a quick presentation with the attendees. Hopefully we don't have any gremlins. Can everyone see the screen? Can everyone see my screen? Great, okay. So as the pandemic was expanding and growing, I decided to have a just sort of a personal discovery or trip to find out what people were experiencing with PPPs around the world. And I reached out through my network to practitioners, both in the public and the private sector, as well as academics, to ask them what type of experiences they were having. And one of the areas that I did focus on was trying to find out which areas in the post-pandemic world would have the most potential. I had quite a good response. I had respondents from 70 countries giving their insights on the sectors. And you can see the responses just by percentage of the sectors that the respondents did. So this has got nothing to do with my insights and everything. This is just a pure reporting of the responses. As you can see, healthcare was a predominant sector that was identified. I think for two reasons, is that healthcare has always been a predominant area for PPPs because of the need, especially as countries aim to reach their sustainable development goals, but also now in the post-pandemic world when people have realized how inefficient or short of facilities and services their healthcare sectors are. These are governments. Digital infrastructure is not surprising. That's also important because the world has become now extremely reliant on digital infrastructure to perform almost every single activity. You can see the others that go down the list, all the way down to, even prisons and defense type PPPs. The one that I was most interested in, there was the poor response that I had in the tourism and leisure sector. And you would think that that would have had a higher response because of the desperate need for tourism to fuel economic development in countries. Interesting enough, however, those who did talk about tourism definitely talked about having tourism that would be more green, more sustainable, and more resilient based on what they were experiencing with the tourism sector now. You can also see that this order varies between continents or regions, and this is in decreasing in value. So you can see in Africa, the most two important ones are healthcare digital. In Asia, also healthcare digital. Australia was social housing and healthcare. Europe, similar. Middle East, which popped up was smart transportation. Transportation has had a bit of a bad impact, or has had bad impacts due to the lack of users. If you just think of airports, for example, and metro systems across the world. But people did say that they felt that smart transportation would have a great future. So in general, if you look at all the regions, it's almost the same importance that is given to the sectors of the future. Not surprisingly, also in Turkey, there was a big focus on healthcare, medical equipment in the short term, and then in the long term, renewable energy and telecommunications. As you can see, I've said, that healthcare was considered. The one thing, it was also important that certain areas that are unconventional would also need certain attention. So agriculture, for example, would be focused on food security. Digital infrastructure would be focused on improved broadband and systems supporting it. Renewable energy is a big focus, and then green transportation and alternative transportation modes. And then education, especially remote learning platforms. I also asked people what innovations they thought would come out of the event. And you can see here, they are listed, these are the best practices that will evolve and basically, I think, will be forced onto practitioners around the world because of shortcomings and challenges that have been identified during this pandemic. So one was, enhance and improve PPP contracts, implementation of legal reforms that will embrace new sustainable PPP policies. I think that is one of the most important. Streamlining, planning, procurement, and implementation. There's a lot that can be done in this area. I also just want to mention very briefly, but I won't go into detail because I know JP is going to talk about it, but also an increased focus on people first PPPs. So not just looking at value for money, but also looking at value for people, and then also possibly a value for the future. Many countries will have to redefine their PPP priorities. I'm working on a project for USAID in Southeast Asia, and there's quite an extensive exercise to revisit their priorities. One thing that came up, which was interesting, is that there might also be a preference for smaller projects instead of many mega projects. And in that sense, it was that, multi-billion-dollar projects might have to give way for hundreds of million-dollar projects because of the shortage of international finance or hesitation or risk perceptions that people still have to work through. One is also important, the better allocation of project risk. I think what we will see also is an improved dialogue and collaboration between the public and private sectors. They need one another more now than they ever needed one another in the past. And I think that is going to drive a dialogue which will lead to better partnerships, better understanding of each other, better expectations, better understanding of deliverables, and more viable projects. And then the last one that I want to point out there was the adoption of lessons learned. It'll be sad if we don't learn lessons from this exercise. And so that's where I'll leave it. I'm going to hand over next. I think in this case, it will be to JP, and then we will end with Chris. So JP, I think you've got the screen. You can share. It's up to you.
Thank you, David. Yes, I will try to share my screen. Let's see if I'm competent enough for that. Yeah, seems it's going to work. Here we go. Can you see the screen, David?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, that's great. Well, I mean, the theme of the panel is the next generation PPPs. And so I've been thinking, okay, what's coming up next for PPPs? And, I've been in the infrastructure business for almost 20 years. I've been to many conferences, to many workshops, and I've seen the same kind of classic, what I would call brick and mortar issues being discussed many, many years. And it's all about the choice of model. I mean, should countries look at PPPs or at public procurement? It was all about how to develop pipelines, how to prepare projects. It was a lot about government capacity, how to build that capacity and allow governments to be more efficient, to put projects out for tender. We had a lot about risk allocation or risk mitigation. and also access to finance, how to diversify sources, how to get to the bond market, how to enhance the creditworthiness. So all those issues have been discussed at length over the years. But the world is clearly moving on. There has been a clear shift in the big picture with a number of issues or factors that have emerged in the last few years. I mean, the elephant in the room is, of course, climate change, which is transforming the way we need to design projects to make sure that they will be resilient to what's going to happen. Another one is the focus on sustainability. You now have more and more players, whether they are government sponsors, investors, who look a lot more at sustainability questions. And I think the market needs to be responsive to that. More recently, of course, the COVID pandemic is triggering a rethink across the board on what infrastructure do we need, how should it be set up, what kind of resilience to similar events do we need to build. And it's compounded by the fact that we can expect large recovery investments by governments all over the world, so to get the economy back on track. And that means investments, and so how should PPPs play a role in that recovery effort? Another factor is capital markets. We have today pretty new capital markets with massive volumes of capital, which are looking for places to invest in a context of ultra-low interest rates, quite a number of risks on the equity side. So there is a search across the world for real assets, and typically infrastructure, it's real assets. So that's also something that's new with investors effectively looking for infra assets to invest in. And last but not least, it's technology and data. Technology, of course, is now ubiquitous in our lives, but also in business across the world. The Internet of Things is not only coming, it's already here. And that's a fact for infrastructure as well. So what impact does that have on next generation PPPs? And data is part of that story. Today, pretty much data is proving to be the most valuable asset across the world. That's what underpins the market caps of those giant American companies. So data is becoming an absolutely critical element. And in the context of infrastructure, that's also something which is extremely important, and I'll come back to that. So from my standpoint, I can see two major organizations having, trying to have an influence on that debate. On the first hand, the World Economic Forum, where I've been working for the last 3 years, is pretty much the same. The World Economic Forum has been discussing brick and mortar issues for many years in relation to infrastructure. But this year, the forum has decided to focus on what is called the Great Reset, linked to the COVID pandemic, but also linked to technology, to sustainability. So those new issues that are coming to the forefront. Already this year, the Global Future Council on Infrastructure has published a paper on sustainability in infrastructure, defining 6 essential qualities of what makes infrastructure sustainable. And again, this year, the forum has launched the so-called Infrastructure 4.0 initiative, which is dedicated to look at how to bring technology into infrastructure projects, have more efficient delivery, have a better proofing for the future, what are the inhibitors, what are the strategies to facilitate the adoption of technology. A first paper was published actually suggesting that for PPPs, unsolicited proposals could play a key role, meaning asking the private sector to come up with ideas and proposals to be submitted to the public sector. Therefore, trying to ask the private sector to be innovative and come up with totally new ways of delivering infrastructure. So that's what the WEF has embarked on, and especially technology is the most important element that the WEF wants to pursue. On the other hand, we have the United Nations, and as I mentioned, I'm collaborating with the UN Economic Commission for Europe. UNECE have developed a concept of so-called people first PPPs, meaning PPPs that are pursuing the sustainable development goals. And UNECE have defined 5 desirable outcomes for people first PPPs. It's about access and equity, it's about environmental resilience, it's economic effectiveness, its replicability, and its stakeholder engagement. So those 5 outcomes are a way to effectively group the SDGs into 5 major themes. And so taking this concept further, the UNECE has mandated a group of experts, and I'm chairing one of the working groups, to put together a methodology to evaluate the contribution of infrastructure PPPs to the SDGs. And so the work is very advanced. We have defined 22 benchmarks and 100 indicators. So to measure the contribution of infrastructure PPPs to the people first outcome and to the SDGs. So this methodology, I expect, will be officially launched in the next few months, probably around December. It will be both a self-assessment tool, allowing, say, governments or pretty much anyone with an Excel or web-based tool to respond to the various indicators. But more importantly, the UN want to develop a recognition scheme which would involve an independent evaluation of the projects, and depending on the score that projects receive, they would be recognized formally by the UN as people first PPPs contributing to the SDGs. And this is an interesting development because that would allow governments, sponsors, investors to rely on an independent international kind of rating to confirm that projects are sustainable. So those 2 elements, I believe, are extremely important to the future generation of PPPs. First, on the technology side, it's critical for PPPs because the private sector clearly has an edge in terms of technology. Let's look around us. I mean, the big advances in terms of technology, digital architecture have all been made by private sector companies, startups, and some becoming giant companies. Also, in terms of the financing of that effort, it's also where private sector has the edge. It's all about equity, venture capital, taking risks. And so definitely this is a very strong argument for PPPs in the future. Second, because technology involves data. And data for infrastructure will have both the cost advantage and the revenue advantage. Cost advantage because you can design better the projects if you have access to data on usage. You can also optimize the life cycle maintenance of your projects. So all in all, reducing the cost of delivering infrastructure. But also potentially a revenue advantage because, as I mentioned earlier, data has become the most valuable assets nowadays. And infrastructure is collecting a lot of data about everything in the economy, about the movement of people, about how they spend the money, where they are going. And data, therefore, could become an asset in its own name, which infrastructure projects could potentially harvest. So an interesting development for the future. Finally, technology could facilitate the management of legacy infrastructure in the way, across the life cycle to improve the maintenance of existing assets, to retrofit technology to make those assets last longer, continue to perform over the long run. So that could become a solution to that perennial issue of the legacy and the very long-term lifespan of infrastructure projects. On the sustainability front, clearly having a rating or a recognition confirming the sustainability of projects could become an essential element. And I think PPPs should seize that opportunity. Why? Because that recognition could first improve the acceptability of projects. We know as practitioners that there is a lot of not in my backyard reactions in infrastructure, but also a lot of criticism from people in general. So demonstrating sustainability could help to show the benefits coming next to the impacts. Also, politically, PPPs are often controversial. They can easily be the victims of the change of political fortunes. A project initiated by a red administration is likely to be criticized by a blue administration. So if you have such a recognition of the sustainability of projects, that would be a great defense vis-à-vis what's happening over the years. It can be a defense for the sponsors, but also a defense for the governments that have promoted PPPs. So again, that's the value of having such a UN recognition of sustainability. And to finish, of course, this could facilitate access to finance. We see the development of the impact investing market. We see now the size of the green bonds, social bonds. I think green bonds have passed the 1 trillion mark. So this is becoming a major market. And if sustainability can be measured and recognized independently, that would allow infrastructure PPPs to tap that new market and therefore have long-term access to attractive financing terms. So I will leave it there and then return the floor to David. And I'm sure we can discuss more about those things.
Thank you very much, JP. One thing I did want to point out, which I was remiss to point out, there is a question and answer function. If you do have any questions, please forward them through the function of the Zoom platform, because in this way we can answer some of your questions that you might have. I'm now going to hand over to Chris, and thank you very much for your very insightful comments, JP, and we're excited to hear what Chris has to say.
Thanks, David. So we've heard where we think the projects are most needed, and we've taken a look at what projects can and can't achieve going forwards. What I'd like to look at is the impact of COVID on the way we procure projects. So my recent history in the Hub has all been about how do we drive growth with infrastructure. So in other words, if we are going to have growing emerging market countries, what is the infrastructure they're going to need and how can they best approach procuring that infrastructure? Now, the IMF did an interesting study a number of years ago where they looked at the level of growth that can be driven by investment, and they worked out that 1% invested in the infrastructure of a country would turn into a 1.5% growth in GDP after 4 years. And we've seen this sort of numbers being returned in China, where massive infrastructure investment has driven urbanization, has taken 250 million people into the middle classes, and that has driven a very significant level of growth in that country. So when we come to the end of COVID, and most countries will end up in some form of depression, how can we, as infrastructure practitioners, use our skills to help these countries drive themselves out and into economic recovery? So the first thing to say is that we're going to be in a bit of a hole, because the one thing about infrastructure is it is extremely expensive and extremely long term, and our countries are going to be very fiscally constrained. So the past processes of government-sponsored, government-specified, government-paid-for infrastructure are not going to meet the needs. There's simply not going to be enough money available to create the infrastructure that we need to drive growth. The second thing we will be facing is a world of significant uncertainty. We have been very fortunate in the last 20 years to have lived in a time of reasonably stable growth and reasonably certain outcomes for most of the projects that we've followed. That is not going to be the case into the future. All around the world at this moment in time, countries are looking at their main cities and wondering exactly how those cities will be used going forward. London is a city which drives a lot of the growth in the UK, and at the moment, London is empty, and the people who have driven an urban-centric model, the senior people in the industry, are now learning that Zoom actually works pretty well. And once they learn how to use Zoom, suddenly it becomes a different world and a different market. Will we return to the case of massive expensive offices in the centre of London when actually we've worked out that we can work effectively without an hour and a half daily commute to get into the city? I don't know the answer. But worryingly, neither do the markets, and they are beginning to be concerned about that. Transportation. Transportation has been a major driver of PPP growth. I've financed a number of airports in Turkey in the past. Will we still need that level of air travel? Will we still need the roads that are running in the same directions, meeting the same needs? Again, we don't know this. Even healthcare, 39%, I saw on David's excellent slide about how much money we see going into the healthcare sector. Healthcare is reacting at this moment in time to a pandemic. When we come off the main thrust of that pandemic, what are we going to need in the way of healthcare? Interestingly enough, healthcare was one of the major areas we invested in the UK in the mid-90s through to the mid-2000s. We did that using PPP structures, and we built some fantastic hospitals which had a very set ratio of theatres to beds. And the expectation was that if you had a hip operation, you were in hospital for 2 to 3 weeks recovering from it. Within the 30-year life of those hospitals, we changed. Hip operations became a one-day daycare style operation. And suddenly we were left with very rigid procurement structures being driven by very, very highly specified outcomes and inputs, which were no longer meeting the need. And and renegotiating these contracts has proved to be an incredibly expensive and painful process for those national trusts. So is this a problem? Frankly, as long as the money continues to flow, then no, it's not a problem. If people will still invest on rigid long-term contracts in these assets, then we have nothing to worry about. But I'm talking to the investors out there, and I'm not getting quite as rosy a picture as that. At the moment, we're fine. There aren't many new projects going forwards. We are working through the backlog of projects that have already started before COVID hit. And so we're not feeling the impact of these changes. But when we come to the point where we start to let projects again, I think we will find that the wall of money that I've been talking about now for 5 years is not lining up quite so easily to meet the projects, at least not on the sorts of contracts that we're using at the moment. So where do we go, and what's my point? My point is PPP has been a fantastic servant of the infrastructure profession and a fantastic servant of the emerging market countries who wanted to spread the cost of their infrastructure over the generations that will use it. It has created some fantastic assets, and those assets have had whole life pricing built into them. It has helped overtake the problem of build, neglect, fail, which is a problem we see in many countries, and these structures prevent that from happening. The question is, are those structures fit going forwards, fit for purpose? I'm going to suggest that in some asset classes, it will be business as usual. I think, ironically, a technological class like broadband and data will be providing stable, ongoing cash flows, and you will find investors keen to invest. They can see the growth, they can see the certainty of outcome in those areas. But I think for some of the other forms of infrastructure, particularly transport, but also healthcare, then there we will have to be cleverer in what we do. I think we need to start looking at our future infrastructure need and the way we procure it slightly differently. So firstly, we need to understand how our present assets are performing. So we need to be much better at collecting data on the assets that we have built and the way those assets are tracking and the way we expect those assets to track going forwards. That gives us two things. Firstly, it gives us a clear view on what assets are doing and how they're impacted by COVID. But secondly, for those countries who own assets, it provides an opportunity to securitize those assets and in fact go through the sort of asset recycling structures that Australia were using 3 or 4 years ago. This is one way in which we can raise some funding on stable assets, which the market will be very keen to purchase. But for new assets, greenfield assets, we need to start looking at our contracts and considering how those contracts work. The days of a tightly specified construction contract leading on to a 30-year tightly specified concession, I think, are limited. What we need to be recognizing is that debt will not be as keen to do long-term debt as it has in the past, and these rigid structures are unlikely to provide the services that people need. We need to think of PPP in a more flexible way. We need to understand how these structures can bend to changes in the way the world operates. We need to make sure that built into these structures are the ability to renegotiate, change, buy out, alter. We need to work out how we make our PPP contracts look more like our regulated utilities. What could that look like? Well, we've got two things that we need to cover. We need to understand how we provide long-term finance, which makes these projects effectively affordable, with flexibility, but without making the projects so uncertain through flexibility that they become, again, unaffordable, because you need vast amounts of equity to make them work. And I think the way to do that is to start looking at breakpoints within contracts and clearly defined mechanics for both changing the way projects operate, but also to allow projects to be negotiated to an end. At present, most projects do have an ability to end them, but you pay out the full amount of equity, the full equity return, the full amount of debt, the full debt return. That is not the way we can look going forwards. We need to come up with mechanisms that are equitable, recognize that people are being taken off risk when they are being asked to give up a project, recognizing that they need to be reasonably recompensed, but also recognizing the needs of people and the fairness to the people who are on the end of these projects. I think we need to look at how dispute resolution processes can be built in and made to work. And we need to look at the financing instruments. So for many years, the Australians have used mini-perm structures, which are shorter term debt that does not fully repay. And then that debt gets rolled over after 5 or 7 years. And those structures allow breakpoints in projects quite naturally to be used. The problem with those structures is that you have the risk of refinancing. And this is a place where we will need to involve maybe government or the MDBs in hitting those refinancing points. The second thing we're going to need in these projects is an understanding of where we think change might occur. So we need to envisage change when we enter into these contracts rather than assume stability. So I think I've spoken probably quite long enough. My view is that post-COVID, we are facing a world of significant uncertainty, both in the way we operate and the way we live. My view is that PPP is an essential part of our recovery from the economic doldrums we're going to find ourselves in. And my plea is that people start thinking more flexibly about these contracts and how we use them to allow the institutional capital that we need to flow into the projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for your very insightful comments. I'd never heard of the description of PPPs being a slave, and so that was
if you were brought up in the UK, you hear lots of descriptions of PPPs, and none of them are very positive.
Yeah, but it was a good point you made, and I appreciate that. And I think one of the most important things that you also talked about is, flexibility. We've set up contracts for the now without thinking about the future. And part of the problem that's happening now is that people don't know how to flex on them, on the contracts. And I think there are two schools. One is, well, we'll be hell-bent and we're going to stick to what the contract says, and then that project will fail. And, do you really want to go down that path of failure? or are you going to think in true partnerships and think, how can we ensure that the project survives to the best advantage of everyone? And as you said, have those inflection points or points in a contract where you every 5 years or whatever, or at a specific milestone, do a review and look at, what the current situation is.
I think you're absolutely right, David. And very interestingly, the regulated utilities have stopped using these rigid style contracts and have moved now much more towards partnering contracts, where you try and gain the same alignment of incentives and interests, but you have flexibility in what actually fulfills the project. So you can change, you can alter, you can be quite flexible in how the people work together, but they're both aimed at the same result. And because of that, they're both incentivized along the same way. So you can change and make things different and decide to change specifications, whatever. So we need something more, we need something a bit cleverer.
Yeah, and I think the reality is, which shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, is that everyone wants the project to be successful, both the public and the private sector. So it makes no sense to expend all that energy trying to outdo one another. As people forget often that a PPP is like a marriage. And, if you put everything into it, it can be a wonderful marriage, or if you don't put much into it, it can end in a dismal divorce, and we don't want that. I have noticed that there are some questions that have been popping up. I'm going to quickly see. So let me just see here. There was, let me see here, a question from Setsuku Saya. And the question there was, do you think governments or PPP units at national or local government can evaluate private sector's technology and data, which can improve the quality of PPPs? And I think that's a really important one, because often the private sector has a tremendous amount of innovation, but the innovation might just go right over the heads of people in the public sector, who are doing their first PPP that they've ever done, or might be doing the only one they'll ever do, and don't have those insights. So I'll let Chris answer that, and then I'll give Jean-Pierre, Jean-Patrick, a chance to answer it as well. So the question is, does the private sector really have the ability to evaluate the technology and data which can improve PPPs?
So this is a really interesting question. And my answer to is, can they and have they got the data? Then the answer to both is yes, the private sector can, and yes, it has the data. But the more important question to my mind is not that. The question is the public sector willing to have its decision-making post-judged by success of the project? So I was pushing very hard in my time in the hub for post-fact reviews of projects. So did the project work? Did it achieve what you wanted? What were the strengths? What were the weaknesses? Have you achieved value for money for that project? And almost to a procuring body, I was pushed back on, because actually civil servants don't mind putting projects forwards, but what they can't stand is being judged afterwards. Because I'm afraid often it's the messenger that gets shot and they don't want to be in the firing line. So can we? Yes. Do we have the data? Yes. Is it likely to happen at this moment in time? I think not, because I don't think government wants it to happen.
Okay, thank you. Jean-Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, on this point, it raises the perennial question of the capacity of the public sector. And in my view, the capacity or the lack of capacity is the same for projects as they are being done today and for projects as they could be done. You will always have certain countries that have full capacity to assess and to deliver, and countries that don't have that capacity. And the latter need to be assisted in that process. And there is plenty of assistance that's available from the big advisors, from the multilateral development banks, from project preparation facilities. So the assistance is available. It's up to governments to ask for it. And fundamentally, I mean, as Chris said, I mean, the risk aversion is the problem. And the risk aversion exists both on the public side and on the private side. Of course, it's much easier to do the same old project as has been done many times, because then you have, you know, proven recipes that you can apply. So, you know, we need to overcome that risk aversion. And in my mind, it's all a matter of, you know, being less prescriptive in the request for proposals. The way it's done today, the public sector will, according to a big national plan, define, I want an LRT system, and it needs to go through that right of way, and it needs to be that capacity, and something extremely detailed and prescriptive. And then for the private sector, it's pretty much just a matter of putting a price tag on that project. And to move things forward, both parties need to be much more flexible, meaning the public side should not be prescriptive, but should rather define what outcome do they need, meaning ability to transport X thousands of people from area A to area B every day in an affordable fashion for the average user. That's the outcome that you want to define. And then you want to give the initiative to the private sector to articulate solutions, which could be the classic brick and mortar, but which could also be something more innovative that would then need to be assessed. But again, to assess, there is assistance available if the public sector doesn't feel confident to do so on its own. So in my view, it's a matter of, you know, leaving the flexibility, and the private sector has proven, you know, many times that when they get the flexibility, innovative solutions will be designed.
Thank you. I think that, you know, ties into one area that I've done a lot of reading about lately, and that is the aspect of force majeure. And you know, if you look at most force majeure clauses, they are rather vague, and the result of the pandemic was it caught almost everyone off guard, because, you know, pandemics just were never considered a great possibility. I looked at the World Bank's definitions and clauses for force majeure, and you know, they talked about, you know, outbreaks of diseases and things like that. But you know, I think this caught us off guard. And you know, again, the question is with force majeure: do we enforce it and destroy the project, or do we sit down around a table and discuss, you know, how we can look at the allocation of risk, who's responsible, who's not responsible, and even in a case, if it is a responsibility of the private sector, but they can't manage it because it's just so enormous, government should maybe consider, you know, stepping up a little bit and helping them out. That's just opinion I have. One question that came from, and I hope I'm saying the last name correctly, it's Alina Sarnaka. She said, I fully agree with the diagnosis of that healthcare PPPs should be prevalent in the COVID and post-COVID era. However, do you believe that these should be brick and mortar hospitals, or should they be clinic buildings or full scope projects involving health and or auxiliary service like diagnostics, specialist catering, and others? I will just add one thing, and then I'll hand it over to Chris and JP if you have an answer. I think the situation is going to vary from country to country, and the circumstances have to be considered. You know, in the short term, you know, we might have to focus on services to stopgap, but this also gives us a great opportunity if we're going to look at the infrastructure that we're going to invest in, which especially with costly infrastructure, that we do it in a way that these infrastructure or these healthcare facilities are going to be sustainable, resilient. And then I think one idea that many people talk about these days are regenerative. And in that way, I mean, you know, adaptable to technological changes in that ever, because it's extremely expensive in hospitals to put in equipment that might only have a lifespan of 3 or 4 or 5 years, and then it has to be replaced. So I'll give JPU the first chance this time to any ideas you have on healthcare, and then hand over to Chris afterwards.
Well, the COVID pandemic has revealed that certain equipment were missing. It's mostly intensive care units, and that's pretty much heavy investment. So you cannot have enough ICU beds if you don't have, big hospitals that can effectively accommodate such large services. So you definitely need the big hospital type facility. But what's also very interesting with COVID is that it has revealed weaknesses for stuff that was really nothing. And typically the availability of PPE in the first wave has been, the most annoying issue for most governments and most countries, because stuff that costs nothing proved to be a major bottleneck. So there is a need to rethink, how even small things will be managed in future. And, the state managed stocks of equipment have proven to be totally inadequate. And that's potentially an area where PPPs could play a role. You could certainly imagine to have a PPP to effectively assemble stocks of PPE, get an annual payment from governments to cover the cost of assembling the PPE and maintaining that stock, and then have it available if a crisis arises. So that pandemic has identified some new issues, but that's precisely when new ideas could emerge on managing things better, and with the private sector.
Chris, any comments from your side?
It would never be a panel if we didn't have a Barney between the panelists. So I'm going to very respectfully take the alternate position to JP. And I totally agree with JP's analysis that the major failings, the first major failing has been a lack of IT beds. But I think we are seeing the first of what could be many pandemics. I don't believe that this is a one-off. I don't believe we're going to have to wait another 100 years to see the next one. And so for me, building huge hospitals to deal with peaks of infection it doesn't please my soul. What I would like to see is investment in really high quality disaster planning. So in other words, if we are going to have a pandemic, and we're not quite sure what it's going to be, what are the short-term steps that we can take to meet the needs of a pandemic? So do we need a large hospital in one place? Do we need large open spaces, which we then make into hospitals to cover a short-term peak before taking them away again? Do we need to invest in bricks and mortar, or do we need to invest in having a cohort of people who are trained in basic nursing, who can come in and release highly trained staff to meet specific pandemic problems? How can we be more flexible in our healthcare so that we can meet what are really acute needs driven by things like this pandemic? To me, the investment needs to be in planning, in equipment, and in the basic logistics systems that create that equipment. So we don't want hundreds of ventilators sitting around. We want to be able to access hundreds of ventilators in a relatively short period of time. We don't want tons of PPE which are becoming no longer useful. We want the ability to create PPP quickly. So I think we should look upon this as the first of a number of pandemics which give rise to high peaks of high requirement with high dependency units. And we make those high dependency units out of schools, out of conference centres, out of wherever, but we know what we're doing. We're ready to spring into action. We have the necessary resources available to us.
Thank you, Chris. I think it is a reality that we get fixated on this pandemic being a once-off, you know, and that we're going to wait 100 years again, like we waited since the Spanish flu of 17, 18, and 19. And I think, you know, investing in, you know, disaster planning and resilience is critically important. And I think that mindset should also be applied to PPP projects, is, you know, with these reoccurring events. You know, I'm often, I like the British term gobsmacked, when I think of a project that we've got here in Virginia, and it's a PPP project under the Hampton Roads in Norfolk, Virginia, to build a tunnel. And the PPP is a 99-year contract. I mean, you know, when I saw that, my hair stood on end, because boy, if I knew what was going to happen in 100 years' time, I'd be the richest person around. Now, you know, we barely know what's going to happen in 10 years' time. And I think the pandemic has taught us we might not even know what's going to happen in a year's time. So, you know, I think we need to, you know, think about these projects, and technological obsolescence is really a critical element as well. I'll just tell a very quick story. There's a project in the United States, and it was a city, and I won't mention it, but 100 years ago, they entered into what was essentially a PPP project for coal bunkering for ships. And a coal company decided they'll build a jetty or a quay for loading coal onto ships, and they said they'd pay for it. The only agreement was that they should get payments for this jetty where they could, you know, bunker ships with coal for 100 years. Well, we know, and this was at like 1920 this happened. Well, by the time it got to the 1930s and 40s, ships had converted to oil bunkering, and, you know, even knows where they're heading now. And so this city and this port authority, in actual fact, had to pay 100 years fees for a redundant, non-used facility, and they couldn't even demolish it because it was part of the contract, and they just could never find a way to actually step out of it. So, you know, there's many risks, there's challenges, there's opportunities, etc. Helga van Peer has a fun question here. She says, sticking to the metaphor, and then she's put a smiley face on there. How do we ensure that before the marriage, the right partner is being picked, and not just the one that promises the most and counts on negotiating when the going gets tough? It said one of the private sector's concerns with more open-ended criteria and contracts is how bidders are compared and whether candidates and proposals are being compared fairly. So I'll let you, Chris, you seem to be smiling about this. I'll let you go first, and then I'll hand over to JP afterwards.
I think the answer to this is to make very good use of the dating period. So when you meet your prospective partners on your speed date, in other words, the bid documents go out.
Yeah.
When they come in, it's important not to be totally taken in by the size of the diamond ring they're offering you. Because actually, although the price might be low, what you want to think about is, are these people who I can, I'm not going to say stay in bed with, because that's taking the metaphor too far, but people who I want to be working with for the next 20 or 30 years, are they people who share my values? Are they people who are truly interested in providing a public service over time? Because remember, that's what we're buying. We're not buying a road or a hospital, as David mentioned earlier. This is all about buying a service. So you need to be pretty sure that whoever your partners are, they are able to provide the service, they want to provide the service, and they want to work with you to provide the service. Now, how you work that out is much more difficult. And that is really the true skill of being very, very, very good at procuring partners in this area. My last thought is, you need to go into these projects not as someone who is trying to beat the best deal out of your partner. If you go in with that mentality, you may look like a god amongst your peers in your public sector office, but you will end up with someone who has to fight against you to make their returns. You need to go into it with an open hand and an open mind, and you need to be looking to share risks fairly, to be very clear in what you set up, and to make sure the incentives that you create do not drive odd and weird behaviors, but drive good, high quality public service over the period you're looking for. There you go. That's all I can say about it. It's hard.
I would agree with that. A number of years ago, I got approached by one of the world's biggest companies that invests and finances PPPs. And I hope there are not too many lawyers on this call, because I'm not bashing lawyers, but just stating that I was asked by the CEO of that company if I could please suggest a strategy that would help lawyers destroying their projects before they even got off the ground, because they were creating these ironclad, rigid contracts that no one was going to buy into. And I think, you know, that's an element which is important. JP, I think, you know, taking this conversation of the marriage a little further, I wonder if you could tie that into sort of like the people first PPP's idea, you know, of aligning your values, your principles, and your approach with one another. Because if, you know, you're a government that's very focused on delivering on SDGs and getting them, you know, helping, but your partner isn't, it could be a marriage of disaster. I was just thinking maybe if you could give a bit of a slant on that. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And I was about to answer that particular question, saying that the qualifications are essential, probably even more than the actual proposal and tender. What you want to ensure is that, you know, you have very clear criteria for qualification, pre-qualification, so that you only have people that will participate in your process that effectively meet those basic requirements in terms of experience, in terms of financial standing, in terms of ability to articulate, you know, innovative proposals. So the early engagement between the public and private sector, even before you get to a formal tender stage, is absolutely critical. That's effectively the mating season, where you want to identify who could be the right partners. And as you said, David, I mean, the people first criteria, and that ability to not only be responsive to, but also to subscribe to the Sustainable Development Goals is an extremely interesting element in that respect. On both sides, if you have a government committed to the SDGs, you know that your project must be well designed, well managed, without corruption, and therefore has a chance to be a long-term partnership. And vice versa, if the private parties that want to participate in the project have established credentials in terms of compliance with the SDGs, have done other projects that got recognized by the UN, therefore demonstrate their capacity to deliver such projects, then you know that you can't make a huge mistake. Of course, you still need to negotiate the exact terms, but at least you are both on a level playing field at start. So, you know, this is a process that, in my view, could help resolve that type of dilemma.
The irony that I have found with, you know, when we're trying to ask for innovation, sustainability factors, etc., in contracts, is often that then the public sector is still, you know, on a 2-envelope bid process type of thing. You know, they will do the technical evaluation and they'll say, you know, voila, wonderful, this company has met our technical expectations. Then when they open the cost or the bid package, and they see that that innovation often might cost a little bit more, even though, you know, in the long run, it's not going to, and they get sticker shock, then they suddenly run away and they forget, the government forgets that it was all interested in sustainability, innovation, and all of the likes of that. So I think, you know, it's important that you understand what you are asking your partners, that you subscribe to what you're asking your partners. And then if they give you that, I think that would help with the marriage. We have a few minutes left. There was just one question that I wanted to ask, and I think it's important. You know, I've worked on a number of projects, and I'm working on one now, as I said, of a country in Southeast Asia that has had to completely reevaluate its priorities now due to COVID. And the one thing that they are looking at, and this is, I'm glad they're doing it and we're advising them on looking at it, is revisiting their pipeline of projects that they had set up, you know, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, because the priorities have changed, the ability to fund them or finance them has changed, etc. Just a quick answer, because we have just a few minutes left, but Chris and maybe JP, and I'm starting with Chris, if you could just tell me 2 or 3 things that you would say that are important when you're revisiting your pipelines, and then the same for you, JP. So I'll hand over to you, Chris.
So revisiting pipelines, the big question here is what's going to provide the biggest bang for your buck? And what that bang is depends what your country is. But for me, if I were looking at what I would be investing in over the next 5 years, it would be heavily focused on economic outcomes. I know social outcome is incredibly important, and I know that it's a vital part of what we do in infrastructure. But what we have to do is we have to get out of this this pandemic. We have to get the economies up and running again, and we could be in for a long-term recession if we don't manage that. So I would be looking for those projects which unleash the potential of networks. So if you like, there are different hierarchy of projects. The biggest projects are, the biggest value projects are those where you make your existing assets work better. That's number one, more efficient use of existing assets. And number 2 is putting right the blockages in major networks to make major networks work. And then level 3 would be a brand new asset doing something new to drive something new. So for me, I would be falling back to that hierarchy and saying, is every asset I own being used absolutely to its peak? Let's get that right. Do my networks run effectively? Do my ports have good access to them? All those sorts of things. Get that right. And I would put brand new capacity style projects further down the list. There we are. That's how I go.
Thank you. JP?
And on my side, I would say 2 things. First, beware of top-down designed project pipelines where you have a government saying, I want exports, Y airports, trains, etc. You want to look at the data to effectively underpin the business case. And if the data is not there, I would not rely on the best hopes that a government can have. And second, I think, and it's also a comment on your previous point, David, the life cycle is essential. You shouldn't look only at indeed the delivery of the project through construction till completion. You want to have a look at the cost of maintaining and proofing that project for the long run, because that is changing considerably the picture. And as COVID is showing, it could be a very different assessment.
Okay, I think what is important, and I like the idea of, the top-down designed projects for PP pipelines. In many countries that I've been, governments have said to me, we came up with a fantastic project. We tried a procurement and there was absolutely no interest in the project, and we've had a very, very poor response. How did this happen? This is the best project ever. And, you know, the simple question that I've also asked people, have you even done any market sounding to test what the market is willing to deliver, invest in, etc.? And I think that's important because, as both you, Chris, and JP have mentioned, this has changed, you know, since March of this year. Just one very quick question maybe for you, JP. This comes from, and I hope I'm saying it correctly, Feiji. He or she, I'm not sure if Feiji is a female or male, so I don't want to insult anyone, but the question is, what is the specific difference between people first PPP projects and then a typical SDG PPP focused project? There's a nuance there, maybe you can explain that.
There is a slight nuance. People First PPP, it's a project that is pursuing the SDGs. And the People First concept has effectively grouped the SDGs under 5 outcomes. But fundamentally, it's SDG contribution that we assess through the methodology. So typically, a People First PPP could look at issuing, say, a sustainability bond to get financed, with the bond being benchmarked against SDG compliance. So effectively, it's the same packaged in a slightly different way.
Thank you. Our time's almost up, so I'm going to give each panelist just a chance for some closing thoughts or closing ideas. I'll start, and then we will finish off. So, you know, a question that was that I asked in my survey: do you think PPPs still have a future, you know, in the current situation and the post-pandemic situation? And overwhelmingly, the over 100 and something respondents from the 70 countries said, yes, PPPs do have a future, but the playing field has changed, the paradigm is changing, and we have to focus on sustainability and resilience like we have never before with PPP projects. And I think that, you know, is a good closing comment from me. JP, do you have a closing comment for the participants?
Yeah, I would say that indeed the world has clearly changed, and therefore the plain vanilla project is no longer on. It is now time to look at doing things differently, being more innovative, and especially think about the future, think about long-term sustainability, and being future-proof. That's going to be essential going forward to get the projects off the ground, to finance them, and then to operate.
Thank you. Chris, you're lucky you get the last word in.
I always do, David, I always do. PPP is going to be essential going forward. It is, as from where I'm sitting, it's the only way to bring enough money to bear on the infrastructure problems to help drive our countries out of recession. But if we're going to make the most of this opportunity, and it's a very exciting opportunity despite the background to it, then we need to overthrow the forces of conservatism, and we need to think anew about how we go out and procure our infrastructure. Do that, procure the right infrastructure, procure it on the right basis, then the future is bright.
Thank you. So on that positive note, I share everyone's sentiment. I think there are great opportunities. Innovation can drive a lot of things that we haven't thought about. And I think, you know, bringing public-private partnerships together introduces the idea where the resources of both parties can be leveraged. And we do need to do that because governments are in trouble, investors are looking for money, opportunities to invest in. And if we do it well, people will be interested. A well-spoken person once said to me that investors are not sentimental. And so we have to work very carefully with them to make a case. And then we also need to ensure, as another person once said to me about projects, that PPPs do not become a nationalization of debt and a privatization of profit, because, you know, there needs to be a skin in the game for both parties, and innovation and incentives need to work hand in hand. If a company performs well, you shouldn't try and grab some of their profit, because that would de-incentivize them. If they are doing well and they're keeping the project running, you know, that's what you wanted them to do. But on the same hand, with the same argument, if they're not performing, one needs to have a serious sit down. And I think this is where one thing that we haven't touched on, which is going to be critically important, is we're going to have to do much more monitoring and evaluation during the operation and maintenance phases of PPP projects as we move forward. So thank you, everyone. It was a good discussion. My sense of relief is there that we didn't just stare at one another and wonder what we were going to say. I have been on panels like that before where, you know, you wanted to slap yourself because no one was saying anything. Thank you also to the participants for your very good questions that helped drive the conversation forward. And all I can say is be champions for PPPs, be safe in the current world that we are in. And as we always say, next year in Istanbul again. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.